Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Katie Plazer, Ann Crawford, Dino Lombardi, and Ryan Bissonette. And our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Nicole Ivanoff. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must first fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Appeal instructions are set out in the bottom of the decision. Today, I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given the maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee, and then individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call first on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. And this will mark the end of the discussion. The application will be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed today?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. No, there are no files to be closed or withdrawn this morning.
Great. Any declarations of interest in today's agenda? Katie?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I do have one conflict with item number 15, 133 Glendale Avenue.
All right, thank you.
And through the chair to member, can you just state the reason for the
Absolutely. I'd previously retained the agent listed on file.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any files for deferral today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, before we get to deferrals, there are minutes to adopt this morning. Right. We have the July 8th and July 15th minutes that are ready for adoption.
Okay, I will move adoption of those minutes. Do I have a seconder? Dino? Mr. Lombardi, all in favor? Those minutes are adopted. Now, deferrals.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have one deferral request for this agenda. That is item number 7, municipal address of 99 Glenrose Avenue, file number A0408/26TEY. This item does have a number of registered speakers in opposition, and the agent is here in person.
Great, thank you very much. With everyone's indulgence, we will deal with that item right at the top of the agenda. The agent may take a seat. I know there are a number of people in the audience and online who want to speak to this item, so we'll get to that in a moment, but the agent has requested a deferral, so we'll deal with that right off the top. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's Ian Flett for the agent in this matter. Sir, on July 17th, we received a...
Your colleagues up there with you? Do you need to introduce?
I'm not sure who this gentleman is.
Mr. Chairman, I appear as an interested party. And there's no one else at the table, so
Your microphone on, sir. No, can you push your microphone on? I can't hear you.
I'm an interested party.
Okay, so we will get to you in a moment, sir.
And
but
I'll
we're...
wait for my friend to complete his submissions, and then I'd like to address you if that's possible.
Okay, I will speak to how we're going to deal with that in a moment. Mr. Flett, if
Through you, Mr. Chair, could the agent actually sit in that seat over there?
Oh, yeah, we want to make sure that...
You're the plaintiff and I'm the defendant.
Okay, Mr. Flett,
Here we are. Thank you, sir.
name and address for the record, please.
Ian Flett, F-L-E-T-T, first initial I, 99 Yorkville Avenue, Suite 200 in Toronto.
Great, and you are seeking a deferral on this application.
That's correct, sir. On July 17th, we received a report from city staff requesting or suggesting that a deferral was appropriate to look at the plans given the urban forestry report. We also are fully aware of the level of correspondence to respective objections. So a deferral is the right choice in this case, first to address those specific city requests. You'll notice that my letter requesting deferral was on Monday, so that decision was made very shortly after the staff report, and then also our opportunity to see to what degree we can understand the community concerns and address them.
Great, thank you very much. All right, thank you. A deferral has been requested. Again, I know we have a number of people who want to speak to this item. Today, if the committee agrees with a request for a deferral, we will not be discussing or hearing arguments about the merits of this application. The applicant has requested a deferral, which means that they will go off and hopefully resolve some of the issues and return at a future date if they still require variances. If at that point anyone still has any concerns or wanted to raise concerns with the committee or objections, you will be able to do so at that point. Today, we're not going to be dealing with those issues. So all I'm going to be asking participants today is whether you agree or not with the request for a deferral. That's all I want to talk to you about. Sorry, I'm not ready for you yet, sir. Hang on a sec. We will deal with those applicants or those speakers who are in the room first, and we do have some folks online. Okay. So, sir, if you wanted to speak, sir?
You'll see there's a procedure. Follow it with what he says. Okay.
Sir? I take it you want to go first. Can I ask you just to move over to the middle chair, please? And I'll ask you to first state your name and your address, please. You can sit down. Just bring the microphone closer to you.
I prefer to stand.
All right.
In a physical forum. It's my custom to do that out of respect to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Actually, out of respect to your office, not to you personally.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address, please?
My name is Robinson, and my professional address is 181 Markham Street, North.
Okay. Are you representing someone today?
I live on the street.
Okay.
And I'm appearing as a concerned member of the community.
All right. So, sir, you heard my opening remarks about what we're going to do today. The applicant has requested a deferral. All I really want from you today is whether you agree or disagree with the request for a deferral.
I disagree with the request for referral, and I'd like to proceed today.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to ask you to take a seat in the gallery. Is there anyone else in the room who wants to speak to this item? I see none. Okay, do we have anyone online?
Through the chair, first I'll ask staff, Stanley, can you please just state for the record who registered to speak in person and is not here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just give me a moment here while I go through my list.
Yeah, I
Oh, is it so?
yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure where.
Okay, sir, I'm just going to ask you to come up, please. Is there anyone else in the room? Show of hands. Anyone else in the room wants to speak to this item? Okay, so it looks like we have 3 people. Stanley, let's just hold for a sec. Oh, 4 people. All right, sir.
Edward Risk, 161 Inglewood Drive, and I'm okay with the deferral.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Can I have the next person? Thanks. Hi.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Wong. I live at 101 Glenrose Avenue. I agree with the deferral.
Great, thank you very much, ma'am. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Come on up.
Stanley Lang.
Is that green light on, sir?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, there you go.
It's Stanley Lang at 97 Glenrose. I agree with the deferral.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Anyone else? I saw another hand. There you go. Good morning.
Hi, Ross Marshall, 134 Glenrose Avenue. I agree to defer.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Anyone else in the room who wishes to speak to this item? Okay, thank you very much. And do we have, Stanley, we have folks online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting the speaker from 134 Glenrose. Okay. Sorry, we had another speaker from that address, Peter Marshall. Okay, okay.
Good morning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going through the list right now.
Oh, all right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting the speaker from 123 Glenrose Avenue.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, good morning. Your name and address, please, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning. This is Cindy. I'm the 123 Glenrose Avenue. I agree with the deferral.
Great. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting the speaker from 156 Glenrose Avenue.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name's Ian Jano from 156 Glenrose Avenue. Given the serious concerns with this application, we agree as well to defer the consideration today.
That's great. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We will now be unmuting the speaker from 170 Inglewood Drive.
Good morning. My name is James Musgrove, 170 Inglewood Drive. I'm content to proceed today, but also content with the deferral entirely in your hands.
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll be unmuting the speaker from 138 Glenrose Avenue.
Hi, my name is Onyx Sabian, and I'm at 138 Glenrose Avenue, and I agree with the deferral.
Great. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we also have another speaker from 138 Glenrose Avenue. Could that speaker also confirm if they're under the same household?
Is this Richard?
Yes, Richard.
He's probably connected separately from work.
Would he agree with you?
Yes, he agrees.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Smart
Richard
move, sir.
Here at 138. I agree to defer. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers. And for the record, we were unable to locate the registered speakers from 151 Inglewood Drive, as well as the speaker from 128 Glenrose Avenue through multiple attempts.
Okay. All right. That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, we've heard from everyone. I don't think we need to bring the agent back. We'll go into committee. Anyone want to?
Sure.
Dana? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, given the public interest and the proponent's request, I think it's in the best interest of the community that we move forward and approve the deferral.
Great. Okay, motion to defer by Mr. Bissonnette, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? Okay, this item is deferred. It will be heard, I guess, at the next or a future date once the agent has resolved or attempted to resolve some of the outstanding issues. Thank you all. Okay, we return to item number 1, which is 156 Riverdale Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by enclosing a portion of the front porch into habitable space with a partially covered porch and stairs, as well as to construct a rear 3rd-story addition. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, a second covering letter from the agent, an email correspondence between the agent and Heritage, and we have a staff report from Urban Forestry. Okay, do we have our agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Great. Mr. Galbraith.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400, Toronto.
Okay, panel, does anyone need a presentation on this one? It looks like it's a fairly straightforward application.
I think so too.
Okay, Sean, we don't need a presentation this morning.
Great.
Is there anything you want to share with the panel before we take it in for a decision?
No, we saw that there was the standard request from Urban Forestry, and we have no concerns with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're in committee. Who wants to, Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I think this is a modest redevelopment or renovation of the existing house. I think the building's front yard setback is an existing condition, and the overall development reflects consistency with the existing streetscape and character of the neighborhood. So the additional FSI, I think, reflects renovations in the area, and it's not out of character with the surrounding residential fabric. The exterior main wall height variances proposed is for a 3-story built form, which is consistent with the scale and massing in the area, and it accommodates a consistent roof height with no undue impacts of a planning nature. So overall, I think individually and cumulatively, the variances, the 5 variances satisfy the 4 tests, and I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application, granting the 5 variances subject to condition 1 of Urban Forestry.
Great, thank you very much. Motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve, seconded by Ms. Blazer. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much. We move on to item number 2, 750 Markham Street. This is an application to legalize and maintain the rear 3rd-story deck enclosure, which is basically a sunroom, which is constructed without an authorized building permit. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property. We have Toronto T-Lab order affecting the subject property, planning rationale from the agent, a tree protection plan, and order to comply. We have opposition from no name provided, no address provided. Okay, our agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 1 speaker in support online.
Okay. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Name and address, please.
My name is Rosalvo Nóbrega. My address is 1039 Leisure Way, Milton, Ontario.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll need a bit of an overview of your application, and if you could please take some time to explain how this application or this project was done without the appropriate building permits, please.
Okay, this application seeks approval to legalize an existing unheated glazed enclosure installed over the third floor roof deck. And the current zoning permits a floor space index of 0.6. However, the dwelling has an existing floor space index of approximately 0.8, showing a condition that predates the current zoning standards. And this application does not seek to increase the property's floor space index. It simply seeks approval for the existing glaze enclosure. The proposal does not create any new zoning deficiencies and beyond the property's existing condition. And I would like to clarify that the lumen glazing system is not designed to create additional living space. The lumen system is an unheated aluminum and glass enclosure intended to provide weather protection and allow seasonal use for the existing roof deck. It contains no heating and cooling systems, and it is for the seasonal use only. I would like to mention that the owner has received a letter of support from a neighboring property owner, and I understand that this letter has been submitted as extra material for the committee's consideration. So therefore, we are asking to this committee to approve the application. So I'm here to answer any question that you have.
Sir, you didn't really speak to the issue about how this was constructed without a permit.
They show for the zoning is just about the floor index area.
No. But I'm asking how this, how your sunroom was constructed without seeking a building permit, which is required.
Oh, the building permit was asking about the following the order of to comply issued by Toronto.
I understand that, sir. What I'm trying to get at is what's your explanation as to why your client constructed this sunroom without first seeking a building permit?
So the owner is in the meeting as well, so she can answer this question because I don't have this answer for this question.
Okay, is the owner online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker in support is actually the owner.
Okay, so maybe we could bring that person on and get an answer to the question.
Leah, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi, hello.
So it's for the record, ma'am, your name and address?
My name is Leah Eichler, and my address is 750 Markham Street.
Okay, did you hear my question?
I did, sir. Yes, I did. And I mean, it was, what can I say? It was a terrible mistake. I got some bad advice from a salesperson, and I made a terrible mistake.
Right. Ma'am, have you been the owner for a while? Were you the owner in 2019?
Yes.
So there was an order to comply there as well for a garage that was constructed without a building permit?
Yes, sir, that has already been legalized. We have a permit for that.
Okay. Dino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask the same questions, but quite frankly, as you know, my position on after the fact built form and legalize and maintain. The question I have a couple of questions. So the first order to comply, Ms. Eichler, you were the owner at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that application was appealed to the T-Lab, right?
The order to comply for the sunroom?
No, the order to comply about the garage.
Correct. That did go to the T-Lab. We were successful. This was going back many, many, many years. The order to comply, the T-Lab was successful. The city had multiple requests that we acquire a parcel of land from our neighbor, which we have since done. We've tried to do absolutely everything in our power to legalize that, yes, and we are now successful.
All right, and now you have an outstanding order to comply for the sunroom.
Yes, and it is really unfortunate. When I looked at, and I'm quite contrite, when I initially was looking at the sunroom and wasn't sure, the salesperson who sold us the sunroom, I mentioned that I was still in the process of legalizing a different part of my house, and he highly recommended that they build all the time, they don't need permits, and I stupidly believed him.
Okay.
Thought it would not. Yeah.
Would you agree that this seems to be a situation where you continue to build without a permit, and now you've been identified by the city?
I see how it looks. I see how it looks. I really have tried. I mean, I had the best of intentions with the coach house. I'm a firm believer in housing. The coach house was really a garage that, we wanted a family member who was ill to stay in. I didn't change the exterior in any way. The interior was almost finished when I acquired the house. And I'm really apologetic. Yes, I understand it looks very bad, and I hope that you will trust me when you say I've learned my lessons.
I appreciate that. I only have one question for the applicant, the consultant, Mr. Chair, if you would indulge.
Go ahead.
So I'm trying to understand, what is the size, the actual size of the sunroom?
Let me get here. The actual size is, I'm opening this, is around 3.9 meters by 6.55 meters.
So what's the size, the total size?
In area?
Yes, in
23,
area.
Yeah, 23 meters, square meters.
And can you convert that to square feet?
Oh, let me try. We just use metric system, so.
Okay, that's fine. Are you aware that the building code definition for sunroom, either finished or enclosed, which is used year-round, may be included in the FSI calculation if it's insulated to code with windows and ceiling heights?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I do have one quick clarification for the agent. So I think a little bit further to my colleague Dino's point, I think in your initial presentation you said that this sunroom is not contributing to the increase in FSI. Is that correct? The FSI that is being requested was pre-existing for the house. Is that how, did I understand that correctly? Could you confirm?
I mentioned that this sunroom is not unheated or doesn't have a cooling system or heating system.
Okay.
Well, the variance is for 0.81, so I think we'll just kind of.
We're just not sure if that includes. Okay.
It has to include. Dino said that the building code requires that if it's.
I just heard it differently at the beginning of the.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Any further questions? None. Okay. Let's take it in the committee. Go ahead, Dino. I love these ones.
Yeah, let me just state for the record that in my approach to this, when you have a building without a permit situation, is to treat illegal construction as immaterial for planning purposes. In my opinion, the rule is to consider the application as if the building has not been built or the structure has not been built. So if we authorize the variance sought, we're not sparing the owner the cost of fixing the construction, but on the other hand, we're also not we're not withholding an otherwise meritorious application simply to punish the applicant. So having said that, if we look at our mandate in the 4 tests, while you know the argument is by the applicant that this doesn't offend the character of the neighborhood, I don't know if I agree with the argument in the applicant's letter that says just because this was an existing situation, you know, it should be considered minor. The owner of the property was the owner at the time, but, and this, I may sound conflicted here, but I will say this. Given one variance and the size of the FSI, I believe it is minor, and I'm prepared to move a motion granting the variance and approving the application. I don't think there are any conditions of approval.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Crawford, all in favor? That's approved. Dina, do you want the standard for the record clause?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. We move on to item number 3.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to check if the agent for this item is here in person. Is Gloria Apostolou? Oh, perfect.
Looks like it. Okay, item number 3, 823 Adelaide Street West. This is an application to construct a new 3.5-story semi-detached houseplex with a front porch with stairs, a front basement entrance with stairs, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, a rear 4th-story rooftop deck platform. Also to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, detached garage containing an undersized parking space with a green roof in the rear yard with a vehicular access from the abutting public lane along the east lot line. There will be a total of 2 dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received July 14th. The red line public notice received July 14th. 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letters from the agent. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and from Community Planning. Good morning, ma'am.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Name and address, please.
My name is Gloria Apostolou. I'm the architect and agent for 823 Adelaide Street West.
Great, ma'am. So you submitted a red line notice. Maybe you could, we'll start by just, if you could take us through the changes you've made.
The red line notice is for variance number 5 regarding rear yard landscaping. This was a conversation with the planning department. We fully support it to increase the amount of rear yard landscaping, which we have. So the current condition is 0% landscaping, and we are proposing 4.74 on this very tight rear yard. We are also proposing to add a green roof to the garage to compensate, but that area is not calculated as part of the rear yard landscaping. We are not opposed. We're in support of the planning recommendation to tie an approval to the green roof that we're showing.
Okay, ma'am. Just to confirm, 4.74%, and that's 1.48 square meters, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You have a number of variances, so I think the panel would benefit from an overview of your application, please.
Absolutely. This proposal involves the reconstruction of an 1857 semi-detached dwelling, which was unfortunately gutted by a fire in 2025. The original 2-story wood frame dwelling was severely compromised, making replacement of the structure necessary. The foundation walls, however, will be maintained for structural integrity between the two houses. There's a shared wall, and also because it abuts the city sidewalk on the east side. It is because we are reconstructing our new dwelling on the existing foundation walls that the application is inheriting all the existing non-conforming conditions of the original dwelling, and 10 of the 13 variances are incurred for this reason. Our footprint is identical to what exists on the site now. The remaining 3 variances are triggered by the proposed garage, which also shares the same site constraints as the parking pad that preceded it. The new dwelling would also address the lack of fire and sound separations between the existing party wall from the basement level up through to the 2nd floor. And the 2 upper levels would be fully detached from the neighbor with a 0-meter setback from the west property line. I'm happy to speak in more detail about any of the variances, but I feel I would like to comment, just in the interest of time, just to comment on a group of them that are also involved with the planner's comments. Variance number 2 is for rear yard setback. We are proposing 6.39 meters instead of 6.75. This variance, I'd like to note, applies only to the basement portion at the rear of the house. It was required to have this basement extension in order to allow for appropriate access and exits to the basement unit. The building above grade complies with the required setbacks. And planning has recommended that we tie this condition, we tie this variance specifically to the elevation drawings as we have them, and we are in support of that. Variances 9, 10, and 11 address platform encroachments at, and the rear exterior stair projection. So these 3 variances are also required to access the building from the front porch. We need 2 means of egress and exit. So from the front porch, the basement entrance, and the rear deck. Given the constrained site and functional requirements of the dwellings, these variances are required, and they are not materially different from those that currently exist. We have discussed the potential encroachment with right-of-way, and they have indicated they are prepared to support this too. We are also comfortable with planning staff's recommendation for privacy screens along the west property line. Lastly, variance number 5 is for rear yard. The variance I wanted to talk about is for rear yard landscaping. I did mention this. Our proposal is to improve the stormwater and environmental performance over the existing conditions by adding more landscape area, and the green roof is integral to that. In addition to replacing this fire-damaged home, the proposal will create a new legal secondary suite, contributing modestly but meaningfully to the city's housing supply objectives. The development is compatible with the surrounding context, including nearby multiplex developments of similar larger size, and represents, in our opinion, an appropriate infill on a constrained lot. We are requesting the variances as we believe they are minor and desirable for the appropriate development. Our client has spoken with his immediate neighbors and has 1 letter of support and no opposition from the others, including his immediately attached neighbor. We are welcome to any questions from the committee.
Great, thank you, ma'am. Dino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question. There's no application for consent here. So looking at variances 4 and 6, you're asking, or you're required to have a variance for minimum lot area and required lot frontage. Can you explain?
That's the existing lot area and lot frontage, but it's lower than what the zoning would like to see for a multiplex, for a duplex. So if it were a single-family home with the basement, it might not have that variance, but this is...
So do you think that these are technical variances?
Yes.
They're
yeah,
existing
absolutely.
condition?
Exactly,
okay.
Absolutely.
And then second question, thank you, Mr. Chair. You're proposing a 4-story structure, but for only 2 residential units. Can you explain that?
The top level is amenity space, and the basement level is the apartment. It is very hard to have access to parts of the house without having the basement level at grade, having stairs the number of risers required to get to the second floor, internally, externally for an exit. All of those requirements are really limiting to the points that we could access the basement apartment.
So the living space is really the second and third story?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We will go into committee. It's an unusually low rear landscaping number, but I think it's understandable given the constraints of the lot. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know there are 13 variances, but I think this is a supportable application. First of all, it's located within the King Spadina MTSA, which has policies that encourage density and gentle intensification, although I don't appreciate that term, but I'll use it anyway. It's located steps away from GO Rail, well served by public transit. While it's an undersized lot next to a public lane, I do think, though, that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding context. It's appropriate infill, and I think it supports the broader official plan policy objectives of increasing housing through building type, tenure, and affordability. So I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application, granting the 13 variances subject to the 3 community planning conditions, and also the applicant has proposed privacy screening along the west property line.
Is that in the drawings, Dino? Or do we need to make that a condition?
I believe it's a planning condition.
Yeah.
Oh, it's part of the planning conditions? Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you, ma'am. All right, motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve with those conditions. I have a seconder, Mr.
Through the
Bissonnette.
chair, sorry, there is also urban forestry condition number 3.
You're right, it is. Forestry number 3. You okay with that, Dino?
Yep.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor?
And is the motion to approve as amended as well? Did we say that?
As amended, yeah.
Good catch.
I think that was unanimous, yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You have your approval, ma'am. Thank you. All right, we go on to item number 4, 45 Armstrong Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story townhouse dwelling by constructing extensions to the upper and lower ground floor decks and a new rooftop access staircase within the attic space, also to permit the existing rooftop deck which was constructed without an authorized building permit. The existing rear 1-story addition and rooftop access stairs will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from the agent, and correspondence and support from 47 Armstrong Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Name and address, please.
Roman Mihailovich from Kleinfeld Mihailovich Architects at 147 Portland Street in Toronto.
Great, thank you very much. And your colleague?
I'm Mary Mihailovich. I'm the owner at 45 Armstrong Avenue.
Okay. All right. I think we'll just need a short presentation, if that's okay with you.
Sure. I believe there are really 3 issues here from the zoning review.
This has you pull that microphone a little closer to you.
Sorry.
That's better. Thank you.
When we applied for a preliminary zoning review, we were surprised to find that one of the items was the gross floor area exceeding the permitted FSI, even though we're proposing to actually reduce it. And this was caused by the fact that there's absolutely no building record of this dwelling ever being constructed. A search through property records revealed nothing. So therefore, even though we are reducing it, it's still not legally somehow sanctioned. Now, I'm not sure what happened to records. This house has been there. It appears on the 1970 property data maps, and it was probably built decades before that. It's just one of those things. I mean, records do get lost. There's floods, fires, whatever. So that's number 1. So we're requesting sort of legalization of a slightly reduced gross floor area. The second issue is that the purchasers were unaware that a rooftop deck had been constructed without a permit when they purchased in 2020. The typical sort of real estate search of any outstanding orders to comply or open building application, permit applications revealed nothing of, However, it's there and it is in contravention of one of the bylaws. The third item relates to a deck. There's an existing deck which is rotten and is proposed to be replaced. However, since it's actually attached to the house, it falls under, even though it's only 2 steps above grade, it falls under the requirements for a setback. It actually goes beyond the setback because the neighboring house to the east is an entirely blank wall, and their deck actually crosses the 18 inches or so too. But of course we couldn't show that because the committee cannot approve construction on lands not owned by the applicant. So those are the 3 conditions, and you can see on that photo is that is in fact up against that's the deck, the rotting deck up against the neighbor's property. So there is actually, I think, a marginal setback required. And so that's what's shown on the application drawings.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think good explanation. I think we do have some sympathy for folks who purchase a property and pre-existing structures through no fault of their own aren't in compliance with the bylaws. That sounds like that's the case in this situation.
Indeed.
Okay. Questions, panel? Anyone have any questions? Your presentation was so good, it knocked us over. So thank you very much. We'll take this into committee. It seems like a reasonable explanation to the circumstance, and the variances seem quite minor. Anyone want to take this one on? Ryan?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I exactly as the chair said, I sympathize with someone who buys a property and finds out there's some illegal construction's taking place. I'm just double checking. I don't see any conditions, so I'll put a motion forward to approve the variances. There are 3 variants, 45 Armstrong. Yeah, I'll put that motion forward.
Okay, motion by Mr. Bissonnette to approve, seconded by Ms. Blazer. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Move on to item number 5. 98 DEWHURST Boulevard. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, previous decision numbers affecting the subject property, and a staff report from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How are you?
Good, thank you. Name and address, please, sir.
Yeah, Ryan Dunlop, 600 Fleet Street, Toronto, Ontario.
Great, sir. You're only seeking a modest increase in FSI. Don't think we're going to need a presentation today. It's fairly straightforward. Panel, does anyone have any questions? We don't have any questions of you, sir. If there's any, is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it in for a decision?
No, I don't think so. I saw the Metrolinx staff report, so we'll deal with that. But yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're in committee. Katie?
I can take this one, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I think that this is a really modest addition to increase some 3rd-story living space. We're just looking at the 1 variance, as you said, for FSI. And I would move a motion to approve, no conditions.
All right, motion to approve by Ms. Plaitzer, seconded by Ms. Crawford. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Move on to item number 6. 267 Runnymede Road. This is an application to continue to permit the medical office use of psychotherapy clinic within the existing two-story detached dwelling. Committee has before it a copy of the following, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, previous decision number affecting the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Name is Blair Scorgi. Office is located at 33 Davies Avenue.
Great. And your colleague?
I am Jessica Zile, and I'm the owner at 267 Runnymede.
Great. Thank you. This seems pretty straightforward, quite frankly. It's got a bit of a history to it. So maybe, Blair, we could just ask you to give us a little bit of a perspective on where this has been and where you're at now.
Absolutely. And please feel free to jump in to augment it, as I don't have all the context. But so yes, a previous approval was granted in 2021 under file number, it's A0538/20TEY. So that approval permitted the medical office use subject to one condition, and that was that the use be limited to 5 years expiring in December of 2026, which is of course this year. Following approval, a building permit was issued for minor interior and front porch alterations only. No additions or physical expansion were approved or constructed. So in practical terms, the applicants and I feel that the original 5-year approval served as a trial period. Since that time, the use has operated without expansion and without known complaints or issues raised by either neighbors or the city. The owners also contacted the neighbors who did attend the original hearing, I believe in 2021, and that neighbor confirmed that they had no issues with the request to extend the use. The clinic operates by appointment only. Client activity is staggered. Peak activity generally occurs after school hours, and a meaningful share of appointments actually occur virtually. So we actually independently undertook a travel survey, and my client can maybe speak to the specifics in greater detail than I can, but the findings indicate reliance on walking, transit, drop-off, nearby parking options. The use does not generate significant on-site parking demand and does not depend on on-site parking to function. So that's a bit about the history and how of the application and how the psychotherapy clinic has operated since it was approved.
Great, thank you very much. I'm just curious, maybe shed some light on the previous approval at committee. What was the reason for the time limitation?
We were told, we had a different architect as our agent on the file. We were told that the city asked for just a 5-year trial period to see how it goes, and then they told us it was likely they would extend it longer.
Right. So this is a staff recommendation, was it?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Dino?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On that note, I'm just curious, the approval that you got in 2021 was in February, yet the 5-year period ends in December. Is that just the calendar year? I would assume.
We were also surprised that it was a little bit 5+.
Yeah.
We were delighted that it was 5+.
Yeah.
That was, I believe, a decision on the city's part. It was just issued in that way.
Okay.
Okay, Ann?
Yeah, just wondering, the approval in 2021 states the condition that the medical office, and then in brackets, psychotherapy clinic, not to exceed 5 years. So you're comfortable if that specification is mentioned again as a condition, that it be a psych?
We are applying for 10 years this time, but yeah, we're comfortable with that specification.
Dino?
I have a question for Mr. Scorgi. Mr. Scorgi, I read your cover letter with planning justification, and I'll say the planning analysis that you provided was quite successful in terms of moving me towards an approval for this. One question for you, though, and this property is on a major street, which is significant. It's within a PMTSA, again, very significant. I'm wondering, though, if you had a consideration of the policies that were just recently approved for small retail and commercial uses.
Thank you for raising that, Dino. And yes, in fact, I think that was one of the first things we discussed because I was engaged by the property owners shortly after City Council approved the expanding housing options in neighborhoods, neighborhood retail and services study recommendations, which now permit, as you point out, small scale retail and community sort of serving uses in neighborhoods. It is a major street context, and so we did discuss that. My understanding in speaking with the client was that there was actually a preference that there be a temporary sort of approach taken to this, that it not become permanent.
I don't mind a permanent approach. My understanding was, though, that I forget what all the name is of this, but that it would only apply to a certain percentage of the house, and we use the entire house as a psychotherapy clinic.
Yes.
Yeah, and to that point, the reason I raise that is because if you read the report, the final report, the phase 3 on that, it does talk about residentially zoned properties being used in a limited capacity, but it does talk about professional offices and physiotherapists and psychotherapists on the second floor. But it also talks about a limit of 150 square meters, but you're proposing 159, so it's very close. And I think just the location makes sense in terms of those new policies. So I just wanted to know if you had thought about that, but that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you for any further questions?
No.
All right, we'll go into committee. I know this area very well. This is right next to the Runnymede subway station, and
it's immediately north.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised we need to deal with this. It's almost a no-brainer in my view, and I don't think we have the option of making it permanent, but I would suggest at least 10 years. Yeah. Like, let's go give them the maximum we can.
I would be happy with more.
You'd be happy. Well, then we'd be arbitrarily picking a number.
Understand.
So,
it does really make sense. It's directly behind the subway station.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a nice, well-kept building. So
yeah.
Well,
all right.
We go into,
we're in committee.
Yeah, I'll move a motion. Again, just let me reiterate that the retail and service study policies talk about providing a broad range of retail services and office uses be permitted on all residentially zoned properties abutting major streets like this one, and that one of those includes professional offices, in brackets, therapists. So I think this is an appropriate location for this type of use, given the context, and I see the previous approval and the 5 years that have passed as proving that this use works in this location, and so I will move a motion approving the application, granting the one variance, subject to the 10-year period, and I think if I can. I looked at the wording of the condition in the 2021 approval, and I would propose this wording. The medical office in brackets, psychotherapist or psychotherapy clinic shall be limited to a period not to exceed 10 years. I will say, because final approval is not until 20 days after this hearing, as of August 2036. So
thank you for that. I'm just going to put this to the panel, and we can have a discussion. But do you want to make it permanent? I mean, I'm
through the chair. Given the notice went out as
the 10-year, so we're limited. So we can't make it permanent.
Well, the agent would have to defer their application, and then propose. We'd have to have new notice go out to indicate that it would be permanent
it's an increase to the variance. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Then we don't have jurisdiction to do that. So Dino's motion stands.
Mr. Chair, just one last thing. I noticed that this is a zoning waiver that's been provided, so the applicant is taking the responsibility that this is the only variance.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yep. All right, motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve, seconded by Ms. Blazer. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I tried.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 7 was deferred. We move on to item number 8. Which is 139 Ashdale Avenue. This is an application to permit and maintain the existing rear one-story ancillary building, a storage building with and a garden shed, and to construct a new one-story ancillary structure, wood trellis with clear polycarbonate roof that will be attached to the north sides of the existing ancillary building. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, and a tree inventory plan. We have an 8-signature petition in support signed by owners, occupants of properties on Ashdale and Craven Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and I believe the speaker at the podium is the owner.
That's correct.
Okay, have a seat, ma'am. Let's talk with the agent first. If we get the agent.
Can you hear me?
Maria,
Hello?
you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Hi, can barely hear you, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Let me try to put it a little louder.
That's much better. Thank you.
Is it better?
Yep.
Okay. My name's Maria Denegri. Address is 1088 Bathurst Street in Toronto, M5R 3G9.
Great. Thank you very much.
I am the applicant representing the owner
Yep.
on this file.
The owner is here. I'm just going to ask her to give us her name and address, please.
Sarah Weatherwax, 139 Ashdale Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay. And who's, hang on a second. Does anyone need a presentation on this one, guys? Katie?
I do just have one question.
Okay, just hang on a second. I'm just going to see who's going to be speaking to the questions. Maria?
I would probably be the one that may be answering anything that's technical in nature. If there is a question that has to do with the kind of experiential benefits of the pergola that's proposed, I think that would be addressed to Sarah, if that's possible.
Okay, go ahead, Katie.
Thank you. Yeah, this looks like a very simple application. I was looking just at the context through Google Maps Street View, and I see, is this pergola already built?
No, it's not there. It's the sheds were, I believe, constructed during COVID.
Okay.
There was an existing shed that was grossly deteriorated. So the owners replaced that with something a lot smaller to basically house sports equipment, and then built a larger shed that off-season accommodates all the outdoor furniture, and in-season it was, it was a play structure, it was a kids hangout space, it was a space of refuge when we needed extra space away from family members. And there was a temporary structure, like some kind of canopy that was put out there, and now they want to make it permanent. So we were retained to put a permit application together, and then, through the zoning review, discovered that the combined area of all these structures exceeds the allowable site coverage. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Thank you. My eyes must be deceiving me, or there's a very similar structure on an adjacent property, because from Google Maps Street View from Craven Roadside, I think I very distinctly see a pergola that looks like this, but I'll take you at your word on that.
Yeah, the current site photos of the property, because we documented the site and provided photos, shows you the two structures, and then the heavily sort of treed area in the back, but there's no pergola there.
Okay, good. All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take it into committee. Anyone want to start us off on this one? Katie, since you...
Yeah, I don't oppose this proposal. I do have questions about the evidence that I'm seeing in front of me versus how the proposal has been framed. So I might pass on leading on this one if that's okay.
No worries. Anyone else, Anne?
Okay, well, aside from the issue raised by Katie, but I think we are just going to sort of take the word of the applicant and the agent. It's a modest change to increase functionality of the outdoor space. It's got neighbor support. I would move to approve the application.
Great. I will say that our experience in this area, particularly on Craven Road, is one where there's a great deal of interest, and typically when there's opposition, it's quite forthcoming. So the fact that there's no opposition from the residents in this area, I think, speaks to the viability of the project. Dino, 1 second. Okay, motion by Ms. Crawford, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for coming down. We move to item number 9. 183 Carlton Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached houseplex, which is currently under construction, by constructing a side basement walkout with a flat roof canopy. Also to maintain the existing rear second-story roof deck with stairs and a third-story roof deck. There will be 2 existing units and 2 new units for a total of 4 residential units on this lot. Committee has before a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the subject property, and a covering letter from the agent. There's email correspondence from Heritage Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, my name is Abhishek Rajgore from MEM Engineering at 2355 Derry Road East, Mississauga.
All right, panel, does anyone want a short presentation?
Yes,
hang on a sec, sir.
Sorry.
Brian? We don't need a presentation, I don't think, today, sir, but we do have some questions. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm curious. On the left side of the building, it appears to be where the garbage containers are stored. I wondered what would happen to where those garbage containers would be stored if this is approved and built.
Thank you for the question. We did not, we have not addressed at the moment on this one, but they have a specific, a backyard, which is also accessible by the laneway. So that would be their permanent position, to have the garbage stored at the back.
Okay, and the next question was brought up by Heritage. Is if the types of windows and doors installed, as well as a canopy, will they reflect the origins in terms of proportions, designs, and materials?
Yes, thank you for that one as well. So we reached out, we replied to the email, and we are in touch with the Heritage, as they have also, there was a previous permit approved on this property. So we are a bit familiar on their requirements. So on this side, any modification to the windows or doors, everything is going through the Heritage approval. So it's not, we're not proposing anything that's different from what they are requesting. So far, I believe there have been 3 openings actually that have been approved. So we are in regular touch with them to have any unusual, if at all, openings will be created, which I don't see anymore because it's all approved so far. So this application was just about the interior basement work. So we are almost in conjunction with the Heritage requirement as well.
Thank you.
They have only given us advisory that they don't want something which is completely different than the overall character, and we are mindful of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dino.
Yeah, no, just to follow up on my colleagues' questions about Heritage. So Heritage has asked that you submit specification on the type of windows and doors to be installed, as well as canopy. You're good with that as a condition of approval?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone care about screening for the decks, or are you guys okay with that? It's on a side street, so I don't think there's an overlook issue.
Doesn't appear so.
Okay. All right, any further questions? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll take it into committee. Ryan?
Yeah, I'll move forward with the approval of the variance. It's extremely minor. How should we word the condition? Do you know?
I think, why don't we just say subject to the heritage plan condition?
Yeah, subject to heritage. Okay.
Okay, motion by Mr. Bissonnette to approve, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 10 is 418 O'Connor Drive. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached houseplex with front and rear basement walkouts, a side covered porch with stairs, and a front and rear Juliet balconies on the 2nd and 3rd levels. Also to construct a new rear 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 garden suite. There'll be a total of 7 residential dwelling units on this lot. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, tree protection plan. There is email correspondence from the zoning examiner and from urban forester. There's correspondence in opposition from 420 and 416 O'Connor Drive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in support.
Okay. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, committee panel. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mehdi Ajman, 3429 Yonge Street, Toronto, Ontario, N4, N2, N1. I'm here as the architect of project and also representative of my client, the owner of 418 O'Connor Road.
Great, thank you,
O'Connor
sir.
Drive, sorry.
I think we'd benefit from a short presentation, please.
Sure, definitely. If I kindly ask the staff to put the presentation document on the screen. The property 418 O'Connor is located in O'Connor Drive, and it is subject to 2 different kind of intensification policy by the city. One of them is, allowed 6 plexes, and the other one is, Ehon Major Street, which we know all as the Ehon Major Street. And you know better than me that, based on this Ehon Major Street, the city will give us some encouragement to intensify the residential density of this property. If we can go to the next page, on this property, we try to propose something in middle. Basically, that's why this proposal is a bit different than others. Although we were allowed to propose more, we try to respect the character of the neighborhood, considering the size of property, the nature of all property that we have beside us. We try to limit ourselves to a six-plex project rather than apartment building. We feel that this is a better fit for the neighborhood while we are proposing some additional density as well. As you can see on the screen, the blue mark area are the existing building located on a property. We have a detached house at the front, and we have a big shed and big detached parking at the back, almost with 0 setback. The property is pretty deep in terms of lot depth, and due to the irregular shape of property, our building depth our lot depth even is fall under different category, which I'm going to go through the variances that I will ask. If we can go to the second page. Oh, sorry, can we go to the next page? Okay, so this is basically, I try to visualize what we are allowed based on the Ehon Major Street. The orange mark area that you can see on the side elevation and also the front elevation is allowed building envelope under Ehon Major Street, which give us 6 meters front setback, 19 meter in terms of height, and 25 meter in terms of length. But I try to compare the building envelope we are proposing related to what we can do as of right. Can we go to the next one? This is the area we try to show the pattern of the neighborhood. At this part of O'Connor and in broader area of the neighborhood, it is common that all the houses or all the buildings have, like a narrow side setback on one side and more distant side setback on the other side. This is exactly what we try to accommodate as well. We are in compliance with one side and asking for side setback from the other side. Basically, the side setback on the east side is existing condition. The number is the same. Can we go to the next one? Yes, we also did like a shadow study investigation. It's like a preliminary shadow study. This is the shadow that our building generate on the side. And if we can go to the next one, please. This is a comparison of what the as-of-right shadow, what the as-of-right building could generate the shadow and what we are proposing. The blue mark area is a shadow, what the shadow for the building, what we propose, and the like a pinkish or yellow or pinkish area, mark area is the shadow that could be generated by the as-of-right building. As you can see, in terms of shadow, we are very, the impact of our proposal is less than what it could be based on as-of-right. And can we go to the next one? This is just a communication we did. We proactively communicated with the planning department, explained the situation for them. And as you can see, there is no report over there. We address all the concerns that they may have. And I try to just, have some like similar cases or precedents specifically for the side setback. And as you can see, this number for side setback is very common in the neighborhood. And this is on just one side. And if we can go to if I just briefly want to explain the variances that we are asking, because there is like a technicality may cause confusion on this application. Our proposal now is proposed for a 6-unit building, okay? If we propose, because the definition of apartment building has been changed in this specific ward, if we propose another unit in a basement with the same building envelope, the different kind of regulation will apply to the building. The building considered as an apartment building, and on some more area we have more relief, and we need to provide more setback. That's why after very close consideration with my client and also with the planning department, we decided to limit ourselves to 6 units, not fall under the apartment building. If we propose basically 1 extra unit, can I use just a 30 seconds? If we added more unit on that, we didn't need to ask for the height variance or building length or building depth variances. The required side setback was more than what we are proposing. That's the whole situation.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Sure. I'll try to stop over here. If committee panel has any question, I would be more than happy to answer that. And I believe that we have one neighbor to attend for the committee. I also would be more than happy to add their concern. My client was directly in contact with all adjacent neighbors, and we received their concern, and we addressed some of them through the presentation document that I'm going to go over there after hearing the neighbors' concern.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Panel, questions? Dino.
Yes, I don't know if I missed this, but you provided revised plans which show the first floor or the second floor plan and side elevations. Can you just very, very quickly identify what revisions you made?
Sure. We received the concern from our eastern neighbor regarding the privacy concern, and we respect that because privacy is a mutual matter for both of us. That's why we propose on the main floor, we propose the full height privacy screen on what we previous slide, please. Or I can explain it on the second floor and go down the main floor. On the second floor, we proposed 2 windows. Basically, originally we proposed 3 windows on a side with a less setback. That's why we revised those windows with a higher seal. If you can look at the elevation next page, please. On a side elevation.
The next page. Yep.
Yes. those marked area with the red hidden line is the original window that we proposed. After receiving a concern from our neighbor, we changed the location of window. Those windows are for the bedroom window, and we proposed higher sill and also the smaller location. Basically, they are working as like a clear story to not provide any overlooking condition, and also on the main floor hallway, which is the main entrance of the house, we are proposing full height privacy screen to avoid any overlooking condition. And I provided this drawing in terms of approval. I would be more than happy to tie this drawing to the decision to make sure that the window and privacy screen will be in place during construction.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? So, sir, just to confirm, you don't have any exterior staircases from above the first floor? The second and third floor don't have exterior staircases?
No, sir, there is no. We do have provided 2 fire exit indoor, and there is no exterior stairs.
Right, so the access to the units is internal?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, let's take it in.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make a correction. We have 2 speakers in opposition.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay.
And the speaker from 183 Carlton Street, he's a speaker in support. We've lost him, and he's not in the meeting anymore.
Okay, so we have...
We will be unmuting the speaker from 47 Four Oaks Gate.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, sir. You may have more than one device open on your end. If you could just close one of them, because we're getting some feedback.
Can you hear me, please?
That's better. Thank you. Just a little louder, please.
Okay. Yeah, this is Wajid Iqbal.
That's good.
I'm the owner, 47 Four Oaks Gate, directly behind the proposed development at 418 O'Connor Drive.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. First, I want to say that my family and I support responsible development. We are not against additional housing. Our concern is with this particular proposal and the number of variances being requested and how they interfere with the neighborhood and my home. Firstly, the proposal is simply too large for this lot, too much overdevelopment. If you see the comparison, one of the neighbor, Rob, he has posted there. It's 11.5%, 25%, 62%. These are not minor variances. Especially, I'm concerned about the height and the garden suite rear yard setback. My house is just behind the property, and instead of 3.15, which is allowed, the development is asking 1.52 meters, which is 51%. This is not a minor variance. We enjoy the backyard with the family, and this is going to be a rental unit, about 6 to 7 units in there, and it's all going to be tenanted. So it's a privacy issue as well. So they're going to be sitting just right on top of our backyard. So it's a serious privacy issue, and also because the tenants, I believe I had experience with tenants, they're not responsible as the owners. So it's going to have ongoing concerns. And I believe there are balconies on the second floor and the first floor. So they're going to be sitting all the time because they will have the option. The proposed rear-facing windows and second and third floor balconies will overlook our backyard and rear-facing rooms. Instead of one family behind us, there will be up to 7 households. The rear balconies are outdoor living spaces. Unlike windows, they are places where people will spend extended periods of time sitting, talking, eating, and entertaining. This creates much more overlooking into neighboring backyard. Our backyard is where we spend time together as family. We enjoy sitting outside, gardening, and having barbecues. The proposal will greatly reduce the privacy we currently have. And other option, the third one, if you see 1.52 meter is very close to the property. Even if we look at the drawings, it's very close to the property. And the windows on this side, I will say we should not have the windows, or we should have some kind of other arrangement, because they have option to have the windows on the middle side of the property, like where their own in-between portion is that. And also 7 units, I will say there will be garbage issues and so many other things, because on one side, they're asking for only, which is a side yard setback, only 0.4 meter. That's a 62.5% variation from the allowed 1.2. So these are not minor variances. And I don't see any example of this type of construction in this neighborhood. This is a great neighborhood with the residential, well-maintained properties, especially on the behind street, the one I have, 4 Oaks. It's gonna create, I believe, issues with the neighborhood in general. So I definitely recommend that the owner should revise all the plans as per the allowed limits. And we are not opposing the development, but they should stay within the limits. These are not minor limits. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the speaker?
What was his address?
He was right behind. He was
Which
at
one?
4704 Oaks Gate.
417?
47 Oaks Gate.
47.
Oh, here, okay.
Okay.
And also I would like to mention my neighbor who is traveling at the moment. I think they are in France. They tried so much to attend, but they have sent me a signed letter, so which I will get the permission from the committee that I should be able to send it, because they said if I can forward on their behalf. They have the same concern because this property is right behind on like 2 properties. Like it's half on our side and half on their side.
Okay.
They have a swimming pool. They have little kids, daughters, swimming in the summertime especially. So it's a real concern for both of us.
Understood. Thank you very much,
and
sir.
their address is 49 4 Oaks Gate.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have another speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting the speaker from 416 O'Connor Drive.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Robert McNeely, and I'm the owner of 416 O'Connor Drive, the property adjacent to 418. I make these submissions to supplement my written objections submitted to the committee. I trust that you all have reviewed them. I want to start off, much like my neighbor did, that I don't oppose additional housing. I do not oppose a 6-unit houseplex or a garden suite in principle. The issue, though, is whether these particular variances, which there's 10, individually and cumulatively satisfy the 4-part test under the Planning Act. My respectful request is deferral for reconsideration and redesign. This proposal may provide additional housing, but not in this form, with this height, the massing, the coverage, the reduced landscape, I should note, and unresolved operational impact on the adjoining properties. Now, I've reviewed the city filed plans. The central issue is the side wall height beside my 1-story home. The bylaw permits 8 meters. The proposal seeks 10.03 meters, more than 2 additional meters of wall height beside 416. The applicant's drawings quantify the relationship. The roof peak of my house is 133.8 meters. The proposed houseplex reaches 139.46 meters. Thus, it would ultimately approximately rise 5.66 meters. That's about 18.5 feet above my roof peak. Even the proposed soffits is more than 4 meters above my roof peak. The principal building is approximately 21.49 meters long and 21.86 meters deep, where 19 meters is permitted. The side elevation shows multiple windows. The result is a prolonged 3-story wall and window condition beside a substantially lower home without a meaningful upper story setback. At the rear is a separate 2-story garden suite, which, I'm not an architect, but if I review the drawings and printouts, there's a basement there. And it's approximately 6.3 meters high and about 1,300 square feet, with a rear yard setback of only 1.52 meters, where 3.15 meters is required. I think that's what my neighbor was commenting on, or trying to at least. The proposal asks for more height, wall height, length, depth, and coverage with less landscaping and rear yard separation, plus a second substantial building. These are not isolated numbers. Together, they produce one overbuilt development on this piece of land. There's also a practical issue here. Where does the garbage go, for instance? 7 units means 7 households generating garbage, recycling, and organics. That means multiple garbage bins, multiple recycling bins, multiple compost bins on a lot where the applicant already wants more coverage and substantially less landscaping. Where are those bins stored? Beside my property, beside 420, in the front yard, at the rear near the garden where there's limited space? Where are they staged? How are they enclosed? How does this prevent rodents, insects? As we know in the city, there's issues with those. The 4 tests are not satisfied. First, the variance is not minor, as my neighbor mentioned. The side wall height, length, depth, increased coverage, reduced landscape, garden suite, unresolved waste storage issue are significant in cumulative effect. Second, the proposal is not desirable. A permitted use does not validate every design used to accommodate it. Additional housing can be achieved through a more context-responsive form. Third, the general intent of the zoning bylaw is not maintained. O'Connor Drive will evolve, but a major street is not a planning blank check. The official plan still requires immediate context and a transition in scale. This proposal provides no meaningful transition to 1-story homes beside it, and truthfully, all along O'Connor Drive, if you guys have come across here in East York. I therefore ask the committee to refuse the variances. In the alternative, at a minimum, I ask that the application be deferred for redesign, addressing sidewall height beside my property, upper story setbacks, length and depth, the side window relationship, the garden suite, and a clear waste management plan. Now, I know I have about 37 seconds. I just want to end with proportionality here, committee. The plans show that the basement contains a party room and a gym. Those are luxury amenities. They're not dwelling units. They're not necessary to provide housing. The applicant should not rely on the city's push for increased housing while preserving a basement party and gym, and then asking me and my neighbors to absorb an oversized 3rd-story, excessive wall height, excessive length and depth, reduced landscaping, and unresolved garbage storage. If the basement can accommodate a party room and a gym, then the applicant should reconsider whether the 3rd floor massing can be moved downward or redesigned. The 3rd floor can be in the basement before it's imposed upon the neighborhood and neighbors. This is not opposition to housing, yet again. It's a request for basic planning discipline. Before adjoining owners and others are asked to absorb this building, the applicant should first be required to reconsider its own design choices. And for those reasons, again, I respectfully ask that this committee ask that the application be deferred for redesign and reconsideration.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions of the speaker? See none. That's the last speaker, Stanley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers.
Okay, all right, we'll bring the agent back.
Thank you so much. Thank you from our neighbor. Although we received, their consent beforehand, and we reviewed that in detail. I tried to address, some of them, in terms of limited time. If we stay at the site plan, I would love to address the situation for the garden suite that our neighbor at the rear suggested. Can we have the site plan over there? Our depth of property is, because the rear property is like a rectangle, it's not rectangular shape. If the property was rectangular shape, even this required rear setback for the garden suite was 1.5 meter. Now, since the building depth, the lot depth is 60 centimeter more than a specific range, the 3 meter is applicable. And can we have the site plan on the screen, please? The next page.
Site plan?
Okay, I tried to explain. Yeah. Next.
So I'm not sure I
heard him. Like, if you could just specify what the setback is for the majority of the garden suite?
Yes, if I have the site plan, I will explain it, because the definition of building...
Paul, have you got the site plan? There it is.
Yes, that's me. Okay. As you can see, there is a line in the middle that determines the lot depth. It is 45.69 meter, what I can read over there. The reason for this number more than 45 meter is because of the rectangular shape that we had at the triangular shape that we have at the back. Okay. If the building depth was 45 meter or less, the required rear yard setback for garden suite was 1.5 meter. And this 1.5 meter, as you can see on the site plan, is calculated to the pitch point of garden suite. Basically, in the area, we have just one window at the back, which is like a bedroom window. It's not like a public area window. It's located at the upper level of this plan, and we do have enough setback over there. Technically, the rear setback we provided, it is in compliance, but due to the irregular shape of property line, it happens. And our another neighbor, 49, which our neighbor present on behalf of them, they also do have like a shed or coach house or whatever over there. Basically, the area behind, at the back, it is like a leftover space, although we provided more than required, and also we improved the existing condition. As you can see, the existing shed and detached garage that we have at the back on our property has a 0 setback by providing 1.5 to the pitch point and bigger number to the rest of building. We improved the situation. And as again, for the window, I believe that privacy is a mutual matter. We are okay to have like a tinted or treated glass over there. Regarding the other neighbor concerns, I totally understand the situation with this evolving and numerous zoning bylaw amendment for encouraging intensification. It may be confusing for public, and I face this situation a lot. The point that I want to add is we don't have to compare what we are proposing with what they already have or what is existing there, and even not for a proposed single family dwelling. As I explained, if we propose one extra unit in a basement, then the building considered as an apartment building, and I explained why we didn't propose that one. Then the building considered as an apartment building. The allowed length for apartment building in this designation is 25 meter, not even 17 meter, not 19, and it is more than what we are proposing. The allowed height for apartment building is 19 meters, 6 story. Okay, that's why, if we added one unit in a basement, we definitely have a different set of variances, less number of variances. But we came here in front of the committee and explained why we are not going to max out what we are allowed. The reason it is very good to hear the garbage concern, because we had almost the same concern with my client, and I have to appreciate her concerns, because we didn't want to propose just a unit in a basement, because the people that we want to absorb here and reside over in this building is not like a cookie cutter basement unit. We avoid to have a unit just in a basement. Even at the front, we have like a living space above grade and a just bedroom in a basement. Yes, we would love to provide our tenant amenity area, because it is like a standard of living. It was easy for us to propose like a one bedroom or a studio unit in a basement, and come with a different set of variances in a better situation. But I believe that those numbers are not beneficial for the neighborhood. That's the whole situation. Regarding the garbage, committee panel knows better than me. We have to be in compliance with waste management requirement during the permit process, and our plan is proposed like a garbage enclosure in our backyard. Our backyard is pretty decent. Even as you can see on one side, on the shorter side, we have 17.6 meter to the rear yard, and on the other side, we have 20 meter to the rear yard. Even separation of garden suite and a main building, it is 9.39.
Okay, so I'm just going to stop you there. You went very, very fast through your presentation. I know you have a lot of information you want to share with the panel. We may have some questions which speak to some of the things you mentioned, but we weren't entirely clear about what you were saying. So I'm going to open it up to questions. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's establish a couple of things. First of all, this is a deep lot, correct? Because I have the dimensions at its deepest point, it's 48.18 meters, which is 158 feet.
and it's a 32-foot lot. Is that correct? Width-wise, frontage?
Exactly.
Okay. I don't have a concern with the garden suite. My concern is with the main building. So you have variances for building height. You have variances for all side exterior wall heights. You have permitted extension of the permitted building length and depth. So that all, when you're talking architecturally, that is density. Now, because this is a multiplex, a sixplex, the policies have removed any requirement for maximum FSI. But my concern is with the overall size and scale of the main house. Why do you need that combination of variances? For example, variance number 5, you have, you're proposing a height of 11.71 meters. Now, the monitoring program the city undertook about sixplexes and multiplexes looked at 3- and 4-story multiplexes and considered raising the maximum height to 12 meters. But in reviewing all the material, the city, through their planning department, realized that that wasn't necessary, but increased the permitted maximum height from 10 to 10.5 meters. Why can't you accommodate what you're proposing, what your client is proposing here, within a building envelope that doesn't require 2.49 meters in terms of length, depth, and 1.5 meters in height?
So, thank you so much for your comment. We do have another set of, for the sixplexes zoning bylaw, it is enforced, and also Ihan Major Street, our property is located on a major street as well. The situation here is for sixplexes, because sixplex is considered as a houseplex. As soon as we have more than 6 units, it will consider as an apartment building, and different set of rule will apply to apartment building rather than houseplexes. You're totally right. The allowed height over here is 10.5 meter.
I'll stop you right there. So we don't have a small apartment proposal before us. We have a sixplex and a garden suite. So let's stay with that.
Exactly. For those of us, as you can see, our proposed height, because we are proposing 3-story building, it is not possible to fit 6 units in 2-story building. And I believe that it was the intention of the city for encouraging more densification. As you can see, the clear height that we have on elevation is just 9 feet clear height. Floor to floor is 10 feet, and 9 feet clear height is the minimum acceptable that we can expect people living there, because we are not talking just about the neighbor. Actually, as an architect, I'm representative of some people want to live in this house as well, in this multiplex as well. 9 feet clear height, it is, we are not luxury of having, 10, 12 feet clear height over there. That's
okay, why, I'm sorry to interject, I apologize, but I'll stop you right there. But the city undertook a review of this in their monitoring study and indicated and concluded that 10.5 meters in height would provide the necessary ceiling heights to accommodate, appropriate units, residential units. But you're also proposing here an increase in height for the entire side exterior main walls, east and west, as well.
It is a technicality of the way that we calculate the wall height, because this wall height can be calculated on the front and rear as well. But based on this design and based on this height, we do have this number, because we are asking for just 1 meter extra height, and this because this new building form, this is pretty new. Actually, it was enforced for about 6 months or less than a year. Okay, all right. And that's why we don't have any precedent. And the other challenge that we have is because we have the setback is limited, because we cannot have like an oversized overhang. That's why we have to comply with the
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so can I just follow up on that? So I think what I heard you say was each floor have 9-foot ceilings because your elevation shows 10 foot.
It is floor to floor, Mr. Chair. The thickness of floor will deduct from that one.
I'm sorry.
The thickness of floor will deduct
I'm sorry.
from
Just
that.
sorry, sir. I'm having trouble understanding. Just slow down. So the heights of your floors are they 9-foot ceilings or 10-foot ceilings?
The clear height is 9 feet, and we
9
have
feet.
1 feet floor assembly on top of that. That's why you're gonna see that 10-foot number, because it is floor to floor, and the thickness of each floor will be deducted.
Yeah, I understand the construction principle.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get what the clearance is. So I think what I heard you say, they're 9 foot. My concern was 10 foot, and that might be contributing to the overall height. The other question is there a parapet on the top?
At the front and rear, yes, we do have parapet, but at the side, we don't have any parapet.
Okay, so just in the front and the rear, it's an architectural feature.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, panel?
I have one quick question. Just a point of clarification. One of the neighbors raised concerns about balconies at the rear and front of the building. Our plans, I believe, show that those are not accessible spaces. Is that correct?
Yes, they are not accessible. It is because of the form of projection that we have, and as we clearly indicate that they are not accessible, and because as soon as it's accessible, it will trigger some other variances. They're definitely not accessible.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's take it into committee. Anyone want to start us off? Dino?
I'll start. As I said in my comments, so let's establish planning context. I don't think there's a debate about whether gentle intensification is permitted on a major street like O'Connor, and whether the built form being proposed, including the main house and the garden suite, are permitted uses. That's not the issue. The issue for me, and I'll add also that the applicant is not asking for any variance for separation distance between the main house and the garden suite. And I don't have an issue with the garden suite. The setback, the one variance for setback is at the pinch point. I think because of the diagonal rear lot line, I think the other side or the other angle of the corner of that garden suite is compliant. My concern is with the massing of the proposed main house. And the question I ask is, does the design on this lot create a reasonable physical relationship with the adjacent properties and the neighborhood character in general? I'm having difficulty coming to terms with the size, as I sort of indicated in my comments, but I'm going to keep my comments short, and I want to listen to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I had a similar reaction. I mean, it's tricky that, the agent keeps saying that it could be worse, but this is the application that we have in front of us for a sixplex and a garden suite. And that is as of right, but the cumulative effect of the variances on height, depth, length, setbacks, landscaping it's hard to say is minor, especially with all the evidence about negative impact, which is, of course, one of the ways in which we are to determine if a variance is minor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, as I listen to both of you, I'm also just, one of the questions that one of the neighbors raised around the use of some of that basement space comes to mind for me. On the one hand, it's, small buildings like this having some amenity space was very desirable for folks. But on the other hand, as an offset to some of the concerns that have been raised, I'm not sure that it's the most appropriate use of some of the design of this space.
Okay, Ryan?
Yeah, not to be left out, but when I look at the overall project, I understand the concerns about massing and size. And I understand the community opposition, but I do think it meets the overall planning goals of the city by increasing densification and providing more housing. So from my perspective, I would be supportive of this, of these variances as an overall project.
Okay, thank you. I'll just weigh in. I appreciate the concerns of the panel members and the neighbors, but as Dino points out, this is a major street, and it is uniquely characterized by a major street with a whole series of bungalows on it, which always contributes to the anxiety, I think, about transition. I will note that 420 right next door to it is already a two-story with a peak. So, Dina, your point about juxtaposition relative to others, I would say that it's not a stark transition as it might have been given the height of that one. We are always going to find, concern and opposition when larger structures go into neighborhoods with one-story bungalows. That's just the nature of the urban form in some areas. But when it is on a major street, it elevates the importance of these arterials for accommodating additional intensification. I think that, in my view, that's what the city's overarching objective is, to maximize where we can the infrastructure of major streets to allow for additional density. I was initially concerned about the height, but I think the height speaks mostly to the front and rear parapets, the architectural features, and it's really, it sounds like I'm not being pejorative, but it's only a meter above what is permitted. It is true that an apartment could go in here. I think you could probably get a 6-story apartment under the current rules. And while that's not what we have before us, that's the reality of some of the development opportunities on major streets. So in comparison to that, which is unfair, but in comparison to that, this structure is a much more modest proposal. I was originally concerned about the staircases. We've seen a number of sixplexes, 3-story, 4-story sixplexes with exterior metal staircases, and this one doesn't have that, and I was pleased to see that. The basement issue, the other alternative would be to put amenity space on the rooftop, and quite frankly, I think that's more harmful to adjacent neighbors than putting amenity space in the basement, particularly a party room. So that really minimizes the impact of social opportunities within that building on the neighbors. It is a very deep lot. It's quite a deep lot. We don't have a rear yard landscaping variance, which I think speaks to the fact that this is a deep lot. If you look at the configuration, it's a real weird, it's almost like a triangle. And as a result, many of those properties facing O'Connor have very deep lots. So I don't see that. And frankly, there was an existing shed and storage building in the rear of that lot already. So there was already a 1-story building. And I note that one of the properties in behind also has a big cabana in behind a swimming pool. So there already is an obstruction between those properties and the ones in behind. So I don't think incrementally a 2-story garden suite adds a significant incremental impact. So I think, I understand the concerns that have been raised, but I think overall the variances before us in comparison to what the city is trying to achieve on major streets, I think the variances before us are acceptable. So I'm comfortable with supporting this application. Dino?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you make a good point. The official plan does ask from a planning perspective to consider whether a proposal respects the existing and planned context. And you make the point that on a major street, even though there are 1-story bungalows, that may not be the planned context given the policies in the major streets proposal, OP policies. So I'll wait Motion.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay, I'll look to someone maybe to try a motion. No takers? Do I have to move a motion?
I can move a motion.
Okay.
Through listening to that discussion, yeah, the comments around plan context versus existing context were also helpful for me to clarify. So I think I am prepared to move a motion in support of the variances subject to urban forestry 2 and 3.
Okay. Motion to, did we have revised plans?
Through the chair, I was going to jump in with that. So to clarify, if the members do want to entertain the revisions that were on the revised plan, in this case, because it was an extra late submission, it wouldn't have been in your package. Staff did briefly present it. However, the applicant did not submit the full set of plans. They just submitted a few revised plans, meaning that's not the official set of plans on record. So should you wish to secure the changes that were on these plans, you would have to verbally add those as a condition rather than tying to the revised plans. Right. So if it was with respect to the privacy screen or the tinted windows, et cetera, we would have to add that as a verbal
Were those the
condition.
2 things? I mean, those are the main 2 things that were changed?
Yeah, it was the full height privacy screen on the east elevation at the access to the main floor, as well as tinted windows on the east elevation, and they were also revised in size and dimension, so I'm not sure how to capture that.
Okay.
What would you suggest, Nicole?
Again, we can't tie it to the revised plan.
Yeah.
So I think maybe we'll just take the applicant at their word that they will introduce smaller windows. But if you wanted to put the tinted nature and the screening, I think that if you wanted to add that to your motion,
Yes,
Katie?
thank you. Yes,
Okay.
I have that written down and just overlooked it. Thanks.
Okay, have you got that? Okay, all right. We have a motion by Ms. Plazer to approve with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, Ms. Crawford dissents, but that motion carries 4-1. The application is approved. Do you want a break? Yeah, I was going to suggest we take a short break, 10-minute break.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Turn off your microphones and videos, please. Staff and members, and mute the room. Thank you. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Okay, members, you can turn your videos back on, please.
We're good? All right, we resume with item number 11, 64 Burnside Drive. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition, a front one-story addition, a rear two-story addition, a new front landing with stairs, rear ground floor stairs with a landing, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear third-story balcony. The existing rear semi-detached garage will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received July the 20th. Red line site plan received July the 20th. A red line zoning notice from the agent received July the 20th. A red line public notice from the agent received July 20th. We have 6 photographs of subject property. Covering letters from the agent July 15th, July 20th. Covering letter from owners received July the 20th. Email correspondence between the owners and several neighbors. We have selected property and structural characteristics chart, design rationale, presentation materials, and a shadow study. We have correspondence and support from 53, 18, 10, and 99 Burnside, with total form letters, 19 form letters in support from owners occupants of Burnside Drive, several on Burnside Drive. We have correspondence and concern from 62, 46, 52, and 94 Burnside. We have correspondence and opposition from 102, 73, 59, 39, 31, 71, 96, 73, 66, 68, 97, and 62 Burnside. We have correspondence between the owner and 66 Burnside Drive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 2 speakers in opposition. One is online and one is here in person.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Name and address, please.
My name is Paul Murdoch. My address is 25 Baseball Place, Unit 1304. I'm the architect and agent for my friends and owners of 64 Burnside behind me here.
Okay. I think we're going to need a presentation today, sir.
Yes, of course.
And first, before we do that, you've made a number of changes in the variances. Maybe you could just walk us through the red line public notice. And this is a waiver, or was it?
We did make a number of changes. I was hoping I could maybe speak to kind of what's played out since the submissions last.
Well, I just want to confirm for everybody's perspective the actual changes. Then I'll step back and you can take us through your application. So you've changed variances. Variance number 1 is changed?
Yes.
For the record, it's 1.57 meters. Setback. Variance 2, you're changing the FSI.
Correct.
0.73 and 318.18 square meters. You're changing variance 4 to, this is the area of the third-story balcony from 6.75 square meters to 3.9 square meters.
Yes.
Variance number 6, this is the setback for the garage, and you had originally 1.29 meters, and you're changing that to 1.8. Correct?
Yep, that's right.
Any other changes?
I think we got them all. I'm going to kind of walk through them in my presentation.
Okay.
And sorry, through the chair, just for the record, to clarify, variance number 1 on the red line notice is 1.56 meters. I believe you said 1.57. So just for the record, the agent can confirm 1.56.
Yes, as it says
right?
there. Yep.
All right. All right, sir. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Before I begin the presentation, if I could just kind of update you guys on what's happened, I guess, since the deadline of last Wednesday.
Okay.
Just what's played out with the neighbors and whatnot. That morning before the deadline, we received a number of opposition letters, as we know. We reached out immediately to the the owners of 73 Burnside, who kind of spearheaded a lot of the opposition. We met with them to understand all their concerns. A lot of the concerns were FSI, the setback at the rear, the height, as well as the sun shadowing on their upper bedroom window. So they had specifically requested sun shadow studies from October to April, which we prioritized all of their concerns, worked diligently over the weekend to provide them with all those the sun studies showing the existing condition, the previously submitted version, and the newly designed version. So I think after these changes, we now have 6 letters of opposition that have been withdrawn. And I think everybody now understands, but they do understand that we're not asking for anything outrageous. They have 3 kids. We're asking for bedrooms for them, for themselves, 2 home offices, as well as a basement suite for their parents. For a kind of multi-generational home together, we understand that we could have turned it into a secondary suite and eliminated the FSI, but they want to keep it as a single-family home. So with that, we could get into the presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so the first, next slide, please. Are we able to full screen or? Either way, so here's aerial view of beautiful Burnside Drive. You can see our subject site is right in the middle there, 64. If you can make out the yellow, that's kind of the extent of our addition. You can see that we are basically one of the smallest houses on the property, or sorry, on the block. Comparatively, we really aren't out of context in terms of scale there. Next slide, please. So as we noted, our FSI is changing from 7.5 to 7.3. Next slide, please. There are many examples on the street where they're over the 3.5. The top 3 here in bottom left show, I think, from 0.823 up to 0.89. So there are examples of higher FSI like we're showing. The image in the bottom middle, it also shows a full 3-story addition that's expressed fully on the side as opposed to tucked into a dormer. That one's interesting because there's a chicken coop on the roof, actually. Next slide, please. There are many other examples, but I've just put a few on here. Top middle is 56 Burnside, just 2 houses down from us. Again, a full 3-story with a large expansive hip roof on top. We are only 4 feet above that roof, and their average grade is significantly lower than us as well. Next slide, please. In the other supporting material, I have an image of every house on the street that shows that it's a very eclectic street. There is not just one style on the street to kind of fit with. So next slide, please. This was the design rationale diagram I had put together previously with the old version, the old massing, so it's come down quite a bit. There wasn't time to update this, but the design rationale is essentially the same, and I could take you through this later if we'd like. Next slide, please. That was essentially showing how we were marrying the 2 roofs together, trying to keep everything in line with what we have now. So on the right is our old proposal, much higher. Now, after listening to everybody's comments, we fully agree that we've ended up with a much nicer, well-proportioned project on the left side that we see there. Next slide, please. So the variance 5, I believe it is the eave setback at the south, which is an existing condition. We need an eave for stormwater management. We're simply raising it up. So that's one of the variances we're looking for. Next slide, please. On the south or the north elevation, you can see the 1.8 meters on the left, the setback from the garage. The red outline shows our previous version. We've eliminated that cantilever at the back to comply, and that variance would be gone. We've also compressed the floor heights of level 3 and level 2, dropping the ceiling to 8.5 feet, and then changing the pitch of the roof slope as well to bring that massing down, as well as pushing level 3 back in towards the street to reduce overall massing, FSI, and sun shadows. We were also able to drop the eave to align it with the exact location of where the eave sits today and maintain that datum. There's a blue outline as well that shows 56 Burnside, the depth of that building and how it protrudes. I think it's 1.93, I can't read it from here, but towards the street, just showing that we're not out of place with the depth that we're looking for. Either the height maximum is 13 meters, we're well below that, as well as the depth we're under as well. Next slide, please. So the balcony variance, we've eliminated the 3.9, maximum 4. The setback from the balcony glazing at the south, we've increased to 1.56 and eliminated. And then the other one we've discussed already. Next slide, please. So one of the letters of opposition that we received had pointed out what they thought was a discrepancy in my drawing, noting a 0.9 setback to the south. This prompted me to reach out to the planner after the last submission to confirm what that planning, the setback allowance actually was. So she confirms in this email, and we could look at it again later, but confirms that the rear addition and addition above conform with the 6.5 meter setback. So it's actually not, the only part of this variance is actually for the street side small little bump out on the southwest corner, which also, since we have 2.5 meters at the north side, allows us to reduce that by 0.3 meters. So our variance is actually 0.9 going to 0.65, which is a 2.5 meter difference. Next slide, please. If we look at the site plan here, that portion there in orange is what is actually subject to that provision. So we're showing 6.5. Since we have the 2.5 meters on the north side, the shifting provision allows you to basically add 0.3 meters to the north setback and subtract it from the south setback, and that's why we'd end up at 0.9, not 1.2. We do still have a variance for the deck. The rear deck is 6.8, but it should be, well, the variance says.
So I'm just going to ask you if you could just wrap up,
yeah,
please.
Sorry. That is, the next slide, I think, is the last one. So, and it's just the comparison of what we have today and how we're trying to improve the character of the street and fit in with what we have today. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Dino, we have some speakers, so.
Oh, go ahead.
We do have speakers.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Why don't we go to, thank you very much, sir. Okay. Why don't we go to our speakers? You said one online and one here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will call the speaker from 66 Burnside Drive to the podium.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you if you go back to the gallery for a sec. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Name and address, please, sir.
My name is Christopher Tice. I live at number 73 Burnside Drive with my family, but I'm here speaking on behalf of my parents who live directly next door to the subject property at number 66. That's the property to the north. They are elderly, somewhat infirm. My mom is unfortunately ill in bed today, can't come out, and my dad didn't want to come out. He'd rather stay with her, so I'm speaking on their behalf.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. As I said, we live at 73 Burnside. My wife and family have 3 adult children, but I'm here for my parents. Picture me instead of this as a 97-year-old gray-haired guy who came in with a rollator, and just take it as it is. They've lived at number 66 for 57 years. They love Burnside. They love their neighbors. I chose to make Burnside as my home as well and purchased number 73 about 30-odd years ago, and have lived there since, raising my children and my family there as well. My parents and myself and my family do have to oppose this application, primarily because of 2 concerns. The proposed building, even now with this updated at 318 square meters of above-ground space, is massive. It's not in keeping with other homes on Burnside Drive. The originally proposed 0.75 FSI, now reduced to 0.73, is more than double the 0.35 zoning. Fairly major. FSI, of course, is relative to the lot size and the building size. 318 square meters would be more than 0.9 FSI due to the simple math on any number of the lots that are on Burnside that are smaller than number 64. I do thank the applicant for submitting the chart with FSI values and lot coverage above ground values to illustrate our point. It's part of your package. Remarkably, 6 homes on the street are still below 0.35 FSI, and on the chart, only 3 are noted as being above by the applicants. A couple of the sales recently probably indicate that there are 3 or 4 more. On that submitted chart, there are 4 houses on Burnside that have an above-ground square footage greater than the applicant's request of 318, while again, recent sales and renos may have added 2 more to that. One of these is the former Gage Mansion, pretty big place. One is a duplex, and new additions from the second chart also previously were multifamily homes, many of which have now been converted into very large single-family homes. The applicant's above-ground square footage still doesn't reflect the usable space they proposed, as the plans also call for an underpinned basement with a ceiling height in excess of 8 feet and more than another 110 square meters with 2 bedrooms, bathrooms, and more living space down below. The sheer mass of the proposal is intimidating, and therefore we consider it not to be a minor variance. The second issue for my parents is directly related to the first, and that's the applicant has provided sun studies to illustrate. It is sunlight, or rather the lack thereof, that is the issue. Currently, the existing house shades the ground floor of number 66 windows in the winter. The proposal submitted would prevent sunshine from reaching the windows of their sunroom at the back and their second floor bedroom windows for many months of the year. A 12-meter tall structure, basically what they're proposing, casts a shadow 28 meters long at the sun's winter height of 23 degrees at noon in late December. The shadow of this proposal would reach to 3 properties north of number 64 if my parents' home at 66 didn't first catch the shadow. Number 68, with this proposal, will still lose some sunlight to their backyard at times of the year. The south-facing windows of all of the bedrooms and sunroom will get no direct sunlight from about 10 a.m. onwards from October 12th through to the end of February under this proposal, where previously was only the ground floor windows that were obstructed. My father, whose vision is failing significantly, can't read his clock or watch first thing in the morning, but he can tell the time in the morning by the light coming in through his bedroom window and by the position of the sun. That will no longer be possible if the proposal is accepted as is. My wife, who works in architecture, was asked by them to prepare a plan that doesn't stretch as far back to the east and isn't as high overall, which we sent to the applicants yesterday. No response. Burnside is zone 0.35, and the zoning allows for a height of 13 meters. We believe that the planners set the height intentionally to allow third-floor additions for multiplexes, multiple dwellings, to increase density, but this is not the case for this home. The height and length of the proposal are within those limits, but we ask the committee to make approval of this application conditional on reducing the FSI to less than 0.7, maintaining the late submitted height of 11.7 meters or less, and ensure that there's no privacy screen on the third floor deck that would also add more blocking sunlight to number 66. The applicant seems entitled to build this inflated house, saying they need so much space for their family and work arrangements, but aren't their neighbors just entitled to the same sunlight and living arrangements that they currently have? In closing, I'd like to say that my parents would like to see life return to number 64 Burnside Drive, but they would like to at least be able to see out beyond number 64 as well. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, sir. Panel, any questions of the speaker? Dino?
Just a quick one. Did I hear you say that there was a variance for height that you were concerned about?
No, not a variance for height. It is within. We just asked that as part of this, that the height that they've proposed at 11.7 be maintained or less, and that they not be allowed to push it up through whatever mechanisms to the maximum allowable height of 13 meters at a later time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, can I have a question to the committee, though? Not related to specifically this, but rather to the procedure.
Sure.
We were under the impression, as a number of our neighbors were as well, that submissions for letters and objections and so on had to be in by Wednesday last week at 4:30. It seems like there is actually a mechanism for bringing things in much later than that. Is that the case?
We do accommodate late materials, but only to a certain point.
Only to a certain point?
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's not communicated well enough on the city's website or in the guidebook because I do know that neighbors who withdrew their letters of opposition after seeing this newly submitted change thought that that was the end of the time for negotiations and didn't realize that their opposition would still be considered part of a negotiating thing at a later time.
Thank you. I understand. All right. Thank you, sir. We'll go to the person online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting the speaker from 98 Burnside Drive.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and
Can you
address,
hear me?
please, ma'am.
Okay, hello. My name is Susan Helwig. I'm co-owner of 98 Burnside Drive, along with my husband, Andrew Senda. We have lived on the street since 1987. In reviewing the list of requests in this application, I submit that taken as a whole, they do not amount to a minor variance. 6 requests are listed on the documents I received. While I'm not an architect, my reading of the list shows that at least 4 of these requests are greater than allowed under the bylaw. That is numbers 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and this is not a minor variance I maintain. Burnside Drive has a varied streetscape. Over the time we have lived here, 3rd floors have been added, extended, or enlarged, including our own. These enlargements have been in keeping with the size and scale of the original home. Sometimes they're tucked inside high roofs, with the 3rd floor located inside a roof. I understand that in this case, a full roof will be added on top of a completely new 3rd floor. This, I believe, is beyond the scale of neighboring houses. I also understand that the new higher roof will block sunlight from a neighboring house, causing reduction of light for several months in the year. At a time of global warming, homeowners may in the future wish to install solar panels on their roofs. By blocking access to sunlight, the new house could diminish the potential for use of solar panels in a neighboring house. This incurs a financial loss. This, I maintain, should be taken into consideration. In closing, I would ask the new owners to consider reducing the scale of their construction, and whatever the outcome of this hearing, we look forward to welcoming a new family to our street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I know you live around the corner from this application. Is there any direct impact of this application on your property?
No, none at all.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right, I think that's our speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've confirmed with the speaker from 62 Burnside Drive that she will not be participating.
Okay.
We can move back to the agent.
All right, if we can have Mr. Murdoch back, please. Hi. Wonder if you could respond to what you heard.
Yes. We took all of these points into consideration when we scaled the home back, clearly. We also understand that, and we don't want to at all, turn it into a duplex and eliminate basically every one of these variances. We want to work with everybody. We feel like the concessions we've made are significant. We looked at the Sun study. The impact on 68 is very minimal. Most of the sun shading would be from 66 itself. The sun shadows are during the winter months when basically everything is shaded, and the amount of sunlight that we get, if we remember this past winter, is pretty minimal on its own. But we've done what we can here to lower the building and push everything back to keep a functional 3rd floor space and home for the owners. We are not exceeding, we're well below on depth and height. The privacy screen on the window, I think we'd be totally open to adding. It's actually, that would be more on the south side because the north side is entirely screened by the bump out for the bathroom tub area. As noted, the chart that was provided was from 2012, so it's definitely out of date when there's only showing the 3 or 4 homes that have the higher FSI. That's since 2012. There have been many other renovations. I didn't have that data, but if you go on MLS, I did compile that, and you can see that there are a number of other homes that are over the kind of outdated 3.5 FSI. What they've proposed, we considered, we looked at it, which is basically pushing the entire third story back to where the existing face of the building is. I think it was proposed that we would end up with this nice big balcony, but as we see with one of the variances, we're still confined to that 4 square meters. So we'd end up with this big empty balcony space that isn't very desirable for anybody and really kills the use of that third floor and the whole feasibility of constructing it in the first place. But I think I've hit all the points there. After our changes, again, obviously we had 6 letters of objection withdrawn. People are happy with the proposal. We have 20 letters of support. I think it fits with the neighborhood and fits with all 4 tests.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Questions? Dino?
Yeah, 3 things. First, I just want to correct. I think you said 3.5 FSI. I think you meant 0.35.
0.35, yes.
Yeah, so my second comment, I want to thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness of the filing and the submission and the number of supporting documents that you've provided. I specifically appreciate the architectural schematic drawings that you've provided. They really were supportive, and also the shadow studies. Shadow studies are not required for this kind of application, so that is appreciated as well. So that was my comment. Question. In your submission, you state that there are several variances that arise directly from existing legal conditions. In an abbreviated way, can you just go through those, what they are?
Well, the first one is the eave. So that setback is an existing condition. We could design it without an eave, but we need stormwater management. We could do a concealed gutter or something and chop it off, but we wouldn't have that nice symmetry, and the aesthetic would not be there. The setback at the rear addition, which is 0.65, which we've recently found out that complies. I guess that was one of them saying that's an existing condition that we were just extending. I think that was it for the existing.
Thank you.
And what's the current FSI of the house?
It's 0.38.
Okay. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll go into committee. I'm sorry. Are you a registered speaker, ma'am? And I'm sorry. All right. Who wants to start us off? Yes, Dino.
I do know this area quite well.
It's a nice street.
Yeah, very nice street. I actually went to St. Michael's College up the street, and I many times went to the Witchwood Public Library. I don't know if it's still there, but I know this area is quite nice. Another comment on top of the appreciation of all the materials submitted. I also appreciate that the applicant has discussed some of these concerns with residents and has attempted to revise the drawings, so that's appreciated as well. I agree that I think this is a thoughtful and appropriate renovation of a built form that I think in the end fits the existing neighborhood character, or will. I think that there's a slight increase in terms of some of the variances. The proposed FSI, I think, is consistent in terms of the range of FSI. So I think it's a sensitive design to its context, although I know there were a number of those in opposition who had concerns about the scale massing, shadowing, but I think some of that has been addressed. So, I would be prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the 6 variances, but I'd also like to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, anyone else want to weigh in? Ryan?
I'm also supportive. I think it's appropriate. I think it's thoughtful. I think it's actually fits in
with the design of the neighborhood and maintains the feel of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say it's a cute little enclave and very, it looked like close-knit community. And whenever you're going to get someone who's going to make some changes, people are going to be concerned. But I agree with my colleagues. I think there's a really good design, and particularly the modifications that were made to attempt to accommodate the neighbors, I thought was very thoughtful. I don't have any concerns about the massing. This is actually trying to keep the existing facade and structure similar to others on the street, although I will admit it's a little bit eclectic. There's a lot of different types of architectural styles. And the variances before us really are quite minor, really quite modest. No overall height, no overall length. So I think it's a good proposal and it's quite supportable. So Dino, did you want to move a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. So I would move a motion approving the revised application and granting the 6 variances, some of which have been revised. Subject, I don't see any conditions, but I would ask if we could add privacy screening for the rear 3rd floor balcony, which is at the southeast corner of the proposal.
So screening on the south side, I think he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Motion to approve by Mr. Lombardi with that condition, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? Okay. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, if we move on to item 12, which is 67 O'Connor Drive. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached houseplex with front and rear 3rd-story decks, front and rear 2nd-story Juliet balconies, front and rear covered porches, and front and rear basement walkouts. The existing rear 1-story detached ancillary building will be demolished and replaced with 2 parking spaces. This building will contain a total of 6 residential dwelling units, 2 in the basement, 2 on the 1st level, and 2 in the 2nd and 3rd levels. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and Metrolinx. Correspondence and concern from 9 and 11 Hassard Avenue. We have correspondence and opposition from 17 Hassard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 2 registered speakers online.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, hi, it's Angus Skeen. I am the agent for the application, 39 Blakely Avenue, Toronto.
Great, sir. We have some folks who want to speak to it, so I'm going to need a short presentation, please.
Sure, yeah. So if staff could bring up the location map, not that, although that's my own little drawing, the standard, your own location map. Yeah, that one there. So this is a long corner property on O'Connor, just a little bit west of Pape. So this is the Ontario line that brings Metrolinx into it. O'Connor, as per a previous application today, is an arterial street. The project is to develop a 6-plex. So working through the 4 tests kind of in reverse, starting with the official plan and the intent of the zoning bylaw, the application is coming here simply because the zoning bylaw has been changed to encourage these sorts of applications. The application is installing a variety of housing types, which I believe conforms to the goals of the official plan as well. As mentioned, the units are, there will be 4 2-bedroom units and actually 2 3-bedroom units. And it's that scale of unit that's bringing us here for the variances. So I'll finish off the 4 tests with the actual the minor variances. There are 4 variances needed, but you can pair them into 2. Basically, one is for height and one is for length or depth. And it's actually kind of an interesting project. And if staff could now bring up that little diagram I made, it's a sectional drawing. The depth length calculation, not that one, but the second, I think it's the second, that one. What's interesting is the building itself is not the 23.83 meters listed. In fact, the building is 21.34, which granted, that is in excess of the 19 meters permitted. But the 23.83, what's so interesting is it's actually measured from the front yard setback on O'Connor to the back of the basement walkout, and it's only measured to the back of the basement walkout because we've put a little storage area in that walkout. If I took the door off the storage area, my building length and depth would shrink back to 70 feet again. So that was a bit of a surprise for us, but we've actually done a few of these sorts of buildings in the neighborhood, and the storage area is useful. So we're basically coming here with that in mind. The height variance, I can tell that the committee's familiar with. We are creating a parapet. So if staff want to bring up an elevation drawing, or actually drawing A8, which I believe is the short section, it'll illustrate the difference between the roof height and the parapet. And the parapet, frankly, goes around all of the kind of visible sides of the building, which would be south, east, and north. And that's done to sort of hide all the messiness of a roof, quite frankly, and make an attractive looking building. It allows us to put the eaves trough down the west side with all the downspouts and stuff on that side. So the parapet is driving us up. Now, how much is it driving us higher? It's about 29 inches. Not too much, I would say. We're at 10.73 and we're allowed 10. Going back to the actual variance for the length and the depth, if you take out the strange way of measuring to the back of my basement walkout, we're over by, I think it's what, 2.34 meters, which is about 7 feet 8 inches, which is about the length of a sheet of plywood, if you want to put it that way. Now, we're seeking those increases in height and in depth and length to facilitate the 3-bedroom units effectively. Like, we've done enough of these to know what it takes, and these are high quality units. And a funny way that the height one comes up is 2 of our units are in the basement, but we raise the ground floor up to the maximum permitted by the zoning bylaw to make the basement unit more like a normal place. And if staff want to bring up any elevation, the east one perhaps, you'll see that we actually sink the basement windows lower in window wells so that when you're in that unit, the sill is only about 4 feet off the floor. So it's a nice apartment. It's not a crummy little basement apartment. So as I say, as to do with the 4 tests, I believe under the official plan and the intent of the bylaw, we're on the money, if I could put it that way. I think the location is perfectly appropriate for this project. I believe these are desirable units. We know they're desirable from past projects in the same area as they are desired by renters. They're high quality units as well. They'll be brand new. And if I've done any kind of a good job explaining the variances, I do believe they're minor and they're coming about for reasons that I can justify, if that makes any sense. So I'm aware of the concern in the opposition, and I can address that coherently, perhaps after those people speak.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, we've got a couple speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting the speaker from 23 Hassard Avenue.
Hi, good afternoon. Hello. Hi.
Hillary? Hillary, you've been unmuted.
One moment, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can we get your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is...
Well, we heard you really well for a second. Now we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
A little louder, please, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's much better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hillary Dennis. I live at 23 Hassard Avenue, directly across the street. I am speaking here. I know there's a few of my neighbors who are not able to submit or speak on time. So I think we do have concerns about the height of the unit, the amount of space that it will take on our street, and including like the sun study. I don't know if there was one done, but on our side of the street, there are a number of heritage homes, and this dwelling is a lot bigger and will take the entire, almost the entire space of the other side of the street. So we do have some concerns, and they're listed in my letter, which I believe you would have consulted before.
Sorry, ma'am.
Am I connected?
Yes, we can still hear you. Did you want to flag
Okay,
anything
thank you.
particularly that's in your letter for the committee?
I don't believe that these proposals are minor in nature. I would say that the building significantly exceeds the height and length, and I would hope that perhaps it could go down to the permitted height and depth to not exceed any variances.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Panel, any questions of the speaker?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We have our
Thank
second
you.
speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the speaker from 15 Hassard Avenue.
Hello?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. Sorry, I wasn't aware that I was going to be given the chance to speak, so I'm just trying to pull up the letter that I had sent to Stanley. Just bear with me here.
While you're looking up, could we just get your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, it's there. Thank you. So I'm at 15 Hassard Avenue, and I'll be looking also directly at this property that's being proposed.
And your name, sorry, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting. Your name, please.
It's Sarah Noble.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just a few concerns about this. As mentioned in our letter, we're a small street. Most of the houses that will be directly across from this development are small semi-detached homes that have been here for a very long time. They're also not particularly high up, so the height of this development will probably dwarf them. And we're just concerned about the level of how this will affect the sun. Most of us have very light-filled homes, and most of us will also be staring directly at this building, which doesn't fit into the scale and character of the surrounding homes and streetscape. If you take a look at pictures of the street, you can see, which I wish I had submitted in time, but if you look at what we would be looking at, our homes will face directly into this big box that takes up, as Hillary mentioned, half of the street. Yeah, so you can't really tell from those pictures because they're of the development site, but we look basically from the start of that garage up to O'Connor. And so in addition to the height, the scale, what we'll be looking at, the fact that it doesn't fit into the rest of the neighborhood, we also have concerns about the parking on our street. We already have existing parking issues, and the development's only going to be putting in 2 parking spaces. Our street's small. We have a laneway behind some of our houses here, but it's not assumed by the city, so the majority of us do not park there. We pay for street parking on our street. In recent years, they've changed the parking allowances on our street, so we're only able to park on one side at any given time. And so already as it is, with the small number of people that live here, we already have issues parking on our street. And then you're adding in this additional development with only 2 parking spaces. That will create additional parking pressures on our street as well.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Anything else?
Nope. And I do know, just to reiterate what Hillary said too, I do know that the majority of our street is not particularly interested in this development. And anyway, happy to provide. I know we had a deadline and some of us missed it, but happy to provide additional backup to support that at a later time if that's helpful.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, panel? See none. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, sir. I think that's it. Stanley?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers.
Okay. Back to you, sir.
Yes, hi. I'll address the parking first. While waiting this morning, I went down to the parking office just to check. So this is area 8F. There's currently 287 available spots in that area for on-street parking. The other matters, these projects are coming about through a concerted effort of City Council over a long period of time, and these projects are coming up now. And obviously neighbors are somewhat surprised at what's allowed as of right, and are, as you mentioned earlier, in somewhat neighborhoods full of bungalows along a major street. It can come as a bit of a surprise. So we're coming here as a result of that. There's no question. I will say there are no staff reports other than forestry. Planning has no concerns. Heritage has no concerns. Right-of-way management has no concerns over curb cuts or parking. And regarding parking, we're not obliged to provide any parking for a sixplex, and we're providing 2. If staff could bring up the little diagram I did make just to address some of the concerns of the neighbors. That one there. So this is like a diagram I'm making to sort of show, you can see 67 O'Connor, which is our proposal, on a long 150-foot long corner lot. We're in line with the front yard setback on O'Connor. So our building sort of starts there and heads back. Towards the bottom of the page, you can see numbers 11 and 13 and 17 that I highlighted, because at that time, those were the letters I had on hand. So I'm trying to give a diagram of who actually sees what directly across from their front door. So I think 11, 13, and 15 are actually, they're not looking at our building. They're looking at actually a kind of probably a better landscaped property than what's there now. And in fact, they might be pleased to find that the detached frame garage has been demolished and there's a nicely landscaped parking area. Number 23, which also had concerns, they're in fact in front of the front yard setback for both the existing building and our building. So directly across the street, they see nothing any really different. There's going to be a landscaped front yard to the building. So with all due respect that these boxes come into these neighborhoods and they seem strange at first, we've done a number of them. They end up, neighbors seem to be fine with them, and they are, again, coming directly out of the goals of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. I think with that, I will say this much. In terms of the design, all the unit entrances are at the front and back of this building. So nobody has their door right across from the door on Hazard Avenue, if you get what I mean. You won't, like, our tenants will be coming in from the north and the south. So along Hazard, it's not like there won't be front doors facing the houses along the east side of Hazard, which I actually think is perhaps a nice idea.
All right. Thank you, sir. Dino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. So you could have applied as well as part of this application for a garden suite, correct?
Yes, I suppose, yeah.
And you did, and the owner did not?
Did not.
Okay. In terms of its location, it's, of course, in an MTSA, it's on a major street. The one variance that just stands out to me is variance number 2, which is because you have a flat or shallow roof.
Right.
If this had a sloped roof, that would be a different situation altogether, that measurement.
Yeah, and this gets into the finer points of how the zoning bylaw works. Like if you bring up, is it A8, the long sectional drawing? Might be A9. This is, I was going to mention this, but it truly becomes kind of obscure. Yeah, the long section, that one. So what happens is, in the zoning bylaw, as of about 3 years ago, they concocted this version. The zoning bylaw kind of designs these buildings, right?
Yep.
They'll allow you to have for a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex, whatever. You can go to 3 stories. You can go to the height that they give you. And the common rule is that's all fine, but up on the 3rd floor, you've got to ratchet it back at the front and back by 1.5 meters, okay? And then if you do that, you won't trigger a main wall height variance. So if you look at my little drawing, and even if staff could zoom in on one upper corner of that building, this is what it kind of comes down to. Yeah, exactly. You see, I think that's a bathroom in the section. Is that what it shows? Mm-hmm. So basically, if that bathroom was not there, and I ratcheted that in, and I'm sure you've seen, I've done these, and I'm sure you've seen them. If that was an outdoor balcony at the 3rd floor, my main wall height variance would disappear. But if I started putting a sloping roof and stuff like that, it's a whole other... It's a whole other way of measuring height, and I'm sure I would be triggering different variances. I don't know offhand what they are, but it's the zoning bylaw almost designs how these things come out. And in this case, I'm asking to not ratchet back the 3rd floor, and that is a request. Like, I've done enough of them to know we could function without it, but not as well. And having done them, we realized, like, well, at the end of the day, what is the material difference between the ratcheting back and the provision of a balcony that's outside of the building envelope? So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No other questions. Thank you very much, sir. All right, take it into committee. Ryan.
Yeah, so this is a major street. It's O'Connor. This location will eventually have pretty walkable access to rapid transit through the Ontario line. And East York is this in-between. It's not urban, it's not suburban. And I feel like this position on a long corner lot is a good location for a houseplex. I know changes are hard to neighborhoods, and I've experienced it on my street myself, but I believe this proposal is reasonable. I believe it's thoughtful, it's desirable, and it increases density, which also meets growth needs and the goals of the city and province. So I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, do you want to convert that into a motion there, Ryan?
Can I get reminded if there are any conditions? Yes, there's forestry.
There's forestry. Is Metrolinx a condition or is it just advisory?
It's a report, yeah.
It's advisory? Yeah.
So yes, so I'll convert that into a motion to support the variances subject to urban forestry condition.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Okay, motion by Mr. Bissonnette to approve, seconded by Ms. Plazer. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. All right, move on to item number 13. 57 Emerson. This is an application to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, a sitting area / work stop and sauna with a covered porch in the rear yard. The existing 1-story ancillary detached building will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of the plan and survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent. We have staff report from Urban Forestry and correspondence and support from 59 Emerson right next door. The agent online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online as well as 2 speakers in interest here in person.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Name and address, please, ma'am.
My name is Deborah Mesher, 198 Melita Avenue. I'm the designer and agent for this application.
Great, thank you. We have a couple of people who are interested in this application, so we'll need a short presentation, please.
Okay, sure thing. So we have a 24 square meter proposed ancillary building in the rear that provides a workshop, electric sauna, and it replaces a dilapidated 1-car garage on the site. We're seeking relief on 5 variances. I'll just go through them quickly one at a time. Number 1 is the lot coverage. We're asking for 12.7% over the permitted 5%. This building is really no larger than a detached garage, and it's a very common massing for this late neighborhood, of which there are several precedents which are listed in my cover letter. Actually, you might as well pull that up, the cover letter, and on page 2, there's a nice image of the building. proposed building. Number 2 is soft landscaping. We have 29 square meters are proposed, which is 32%, and this is under the permitted 50%. So we're actually increasing the soft landscaping. Right now it's 25 square meters because there's kind of a lane to that little garage and there's a concrete pad and stuff, so we're actually improving that condition. And there are also more neighborhood precedents in there as well for this. Number 3, height variance. We're actually asking for 4.27, which is just over the 4 meters. And this is really a very nominal, minor increase. And it's just due to seeking a little bit of extra upper storage for kind of seasonal items, you know, snow gear, sleds, and that kind of thing. And lastly, like number 4 and 5 could kind of be considered together. It's like the rear and side setbacks of 0.25. And 0.28 and 0.22, and those are all, the required is 0.3, so those are very small differences. And the reason, even though we could have pulled this back a little bit, is that there's a utility pole in the rear corner, which is why it's kind of jogs, it kind of zigzags a little bit around this utility pole, and just to get as much room as we could, but still allow the weeping tile kind of below grade to be within the property. That's why we're asking for these setbacks. Yeah, so we're aware of the urban forestry conditions 2 and 3 related to this application. I think this massing is in line with what's happening in the neighborhood. There's no privacy, there's no overlook issues. And I believe the application meets the 4 tests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some folks.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will call the 2 speakers from 55 Emerson Avenue to the podium.
Hi.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name and address, please, ma'am.
Eleni Stathokostas, 55 Emerson.
And your colleague?
Martina Andriopoulos.
You have to push your green button.
Thanks. Martina Andriopoulos, 55 Emerson.
Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes.
We totally support the building of the sauna and the workshop.
Is your green button on?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. We totally support our neighbors in getting their workshop and the sauna. The only issue that we have, and it wasn't in the picture, or maybe it is in the picture, is the placement of the fence and the gate at the mutual drive.
Okay, so you, I assume, don't like where it is?
I think, the gate needs to go, if there is going to be a gate and a fence, that it doesn't interfere with our garage.
There's presumably a right-of-way in there somewhere, right? So we'll ask the agent to address that.
Okay.
If it's not in the right-of-way, if it's on their property, I think they're entitled to do that, but it's just an issue. Do you see it encroaching into the right-of-way?
Well, it looks like it's coming,
Okay.
that I won't have access into
Okay.
the garage.
So we'll ask the agent to clarify that for us. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And do you have any?
No.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, same issue?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers for this item.
Okay. We'll have the agent back then, please.
Okay, yep. Could you pull up the site plan as well? I mean, the survey is good, but the site plan would be helpful too. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the small little gate there that you see is just outside of the right of way. So that is, you're right, that is the spot where we're able to be. Actually, can you go back to the survey one moment? Perfect. Yeah, so just to show you that the neighboring garage there is a little bit, beyond the existing garage, but there really still is enough clearance to get there to that space. However, I mean, that's something that we could certainly think about and talk about with the neighbors to make sure that they have car access and in a way that works for them. That's certainly possible. But yeah, we're definitely within the right to do that.
Okay. All right, panel, any questions? I just had, so in your supporting material, ma'am, you cited 172 Emerson as a precedent for the garage height. I did look into that, and as it turns out, that approval was for a chimney associated with a garage, not the actual roof line itself. So height is, you're a little bit above the bylaw requirement, and I note you want to put a little bit extra storage in there, but you could have designed the height so that you actually met the 4-meter bylaw. So can you just speak to the height issue again for me, please?
Yeah. So certainly we could have done that. However, I mean, we're talking about the 4.27 is measured to the very peak of the roof. So this is not a square squat building where we're going to have it's a giant massing. This is just where the peak is, and then it's sloping down from there towards the north. Maybe if you go back to the cover letter, that image, you can see it a bit more clearly. And so there's really only, so because of that slope and to, manage the water and that sort of thing in a building like this and not do a flat roof, there's a very small storage area up there as it is because it's not a flat roof. So it's really just really being able to put a decent object up there. So yes, we could have had it a foot lower, but this just gives a little bit more flexibility.
Your rendering sort of shows a structure just adjacent to it. Is there a peaked garage right next to it?
Yeah, that's the garage next door. The folks who were just presenting an interest, yes, that's their garage.
Okay. All right, thanks. Panel, any questions? None. Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll take this into committee. Okay. Any thoughts, Dino?
Yeah, I think this is supportable. The rear soft landscaping is actually being increased, as the applicant indicated, in terms of comparing it to the existing condition, because most of the yard right now is concrete. I think the height, lot coverage, and setback variances are similar to generally what's been approved in the area. I have one question for the Secretary Treasurer. Madam Secretary Treasurer, do you know, in terms of variance number 5, and this is for other variances and other applications that come along, do you know if and this may be a rhetorical question, but if bylaw 569/2013 has been revised as per OREG 257-25 in terms of setback and the 10% additional permission?
Through the chair, currently we're using what the zoning examiner puts forward on their notice. I believe there will be some more clarity coming forward in future in that regard, but currently, again, we use what the examiner has deemed as the variance on their zoning review, because I think there are still some nuances, so I believe that is being clarified.
Okay, thank you. The reason I say is because variance number 4 and 5, number 4 specifically, they are almost compliant if you look at OREG 257/25. Anyway, having said that, I agree that the structure is subordinate to the main house and the size is appropriate for the lot and consistent with the pattern of ancillary structures in the neighborhood. So, and it doesn't, I don't believe it results in any adverse impacts of a plan of nature. So I'm prepared to approve the application, grant the 5 variances subject to urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve, seconded by Ms. Crawford. All in favor? You have your approval. And thank you for coming down, folks. It sounds like the next door neighbor will work with you and see if they can't help you out. Okay? We will take a short 5-minute break.
Yep, everybody please turn off your videos, mics, mute the room. Thank you.
You good? All right, we continue. Item number 14, 308 Silverthorn Ave. This is an application to construct a new one-story shed in the rear of the property. The existing rear shed with an interlock pad will be demolished and removed. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received July the 8th. 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the applicant, and a comparable application map from the applicant. We have 2 form letters in support from 304 and 310 Silverthorn.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi there, how are you?
Good, thanks. Name and address, please, sir.
Yep, it's Patrick McGroarty, 308 Silverthorn Avenue.
Okay, sir, it's a fairly straightforward application. I don't think we need a presentation today. We may have questions. Is there anything you'd like to share with the committee before we do that?
Nothing in particular.
Okay, all right. We'll go to questions. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions. The first is, why is this shed such a, I'll give it an adjective, large size? It's 46.07 square meters, when the variance, the standard is that all structures, ancillary structures, be a total of 40 square meters.
Yeah, so this is in line, although the variance requires a floor area and landscape, the proposed design remains almost the same as the size of a detached two-car garage. So it is no larger than, you know, what we see in the neighborhood, as there are examples as comparable ancillary structures within the neighborhood.
Okay. Second question, why are you using corrugated metal siding?
Oh, that's just the design that we had. It could really be anything.
Okay.
Yeah, right. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Anyone else? No, it is a large. How does it compare to what was there previously, sir?
Oh, the shed previously was just I think it's just a regular, maybe 8 by 6 foot shed.
Okay.
So I guess the question is sort of the same coin. The other side of the coin is you have to reduce your soft landscaping in the rear because of the size of the shed. Like, so I guess sort of, do you really need the shed to be that big?
The soft landscaping, we're not really going too far over the amount. It still remains modest for the landscaping. Our backyard is quite large to start with, so we're only taking up a bit more than what's actually allotted.
Okay.
Like, we still retain a significant amount of permeable landscaped area in the backyard.
Yeah, I think the point that Ms. Crawford's trying to make is that because your shed's is considerably larger than what was there now, you're eating into your soft landscaping and you're, 10% below what the required bylaw states.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll take this into committee. Who wants to start us off? Katie?
Sure, I'll just make a couple observations to start. The list of comparables is helpful. We do see, we don't have details about like lot sizes necessarily and how those other factors like soft landscaping interplay on these sites, but I do think that I can be supportive of this type of application. He does make the point, I think, in the letter saying that consolidating various sort of storage needs into one structure is a bit more of a streamlined approach. And yeah, the list of comparables for me is helpful in understanding that I think this is appropriate and desirable.
Okay, anyone else have any observations? See none. Katie, can I ask you to put a motion forward?
Sure. I don't see any conditions on this, so I'll move a motion to approve the variances sought. There are the 3 of them.
Okay, motion by Ms. Plazer to approve, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. We move on to item number 15. 133 Glendale Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd floor addition with a balcony. Committee has before a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, and we have correspondence and support from 168 Sunnyside and 131 and 135 Glendale. The residents on either side. Do we have our agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owners.
Great, thank you, sir. Hang on, I don't think we're going to need a presentation today. It's a very straightforward application. You've got support of adjacent neighbors. Is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we take it in for a decision?
I would just like to note that the addition basically retains the existing footprint of the dwelling. There's articulation and step backs incorporated in the design. And the addition is not necessarily visible from the streetscape. So impact will be very minimal there. And as mentioned, there is support from the adjacent neighbors and the rear neighbor. We do feel the application is quite reasonable and minor in nature.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions, panel? Dino?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Would you, I'm speaking to the applicant here, would you be supportive of a condition for privacy screening for the, for part of that that balcony?
So I believe you're referring to the south side. Is that correct? So what I would note about that is just that the privacy conditions are essentially maintained. The neighbor at 131 on the south side essentially has a larger 3rd story balcony that overlooks the rear yard. So I wouldn't say that the privacy conditions would be changing on that side, and also for the north side, the balcony is screened by the articulation of the 3rd story.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, okay, we're in committee. Who wants to, this is a very straightforward application. I think it's quite easy. Anne, you haven't done much?
Sure. Yeah, I would move to approve the application with the 2 variances. It's a modest renovation. It's consistent with the neighborhood. It's got neighbor support. I'll move to approve, and I don't think there are any conditions.
Okay, motion by Ms. Crawford to approve, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? Approved. And just for the record, Ms. Plazer had a conflict on this application, so she was not participant on this file. You can get her? Okay, we move on to item number 16. 74 KIRKNEWTON Road. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached multiplex with front stairs to access the ground level and a rear exterior staircase providing access from the basement level to the 3rd story. Also to construct a new rear 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 garden suite abutting Harlow Avenue. There'll be a total of 7 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received July the 15th, a red line public notice from the agent July 15th, 10 photographs of the subject property. You have covering letters from the agent and planning rationale from the agent and existing and proposed tree protection plans. We have correspondence from Councillor Bravo. We also have correspondence in opposition from many residents on KIRKNEWTON, 66, 69, 73, 76, 77, KIRKNEWTON, 156 Bowie Avenue, 176 Ennerdale, 178 Ennerdale, 74, 77, 75, and 20 and 29 KIRKNEWTON, and a 115 signature petition in opposition signed by owners, occupants of properties on KIRKNEWTON, Dynevor, Ennerdale Road, and St. Clair Avenue West.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person, as well as 4 speakers in opposition here in person.
Okay. Anyone online?
We do not have any speakers online.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
For the record?
Ian Flett, address is 99 Yorkville Avenue, Suite 200, here for the applicant.
Okay. Sir, we have some folks, as you can tell, want to speak to this item. We have a number of correspondents in opposition, so we'll need a presentation from you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin, I'd like to just confirm the changes, both from the red line and also introduce 2 new changes that I'm authorized to request.
That's excellent. Thank you for reminding me. Let's go through the red line version first.
So beginning with the red line version, variance number 4 is amended from asking for 42.72% rear yard soft landscaping to 46.91%, which would reflect 69.33 meters squared. From the red line, variance number 6 is changed from a 0 meter side yard setback for the garden suite to 0.3 meter. Also, the applicant has removed the request for variances 7 and 8.
For the record, that is the separation distance.
Separation distance, and then what that would trigger for the height on the garden suite. The changes being introduced today that the committee would not have had the opportunity to view are variance number 1, changing the front yard setback from a requested 3 meter to 4 meters, so increasing that setback by a meter. Number 2, a reduction in height from 11.77 to 11.54.
Okay, we got those? Okay, we've got them.
Sir, members of the committee, this site is in the Fairbank area within a major transit station area. That matters in planning terms, as you know. It is exactly the kind of location where city policy now expects a broader range of low-rise urban housing forms. The Fairbanks station is 400 meters away, walking distance from the site. It is also in a neighborhoods designation where, following Council's EHON amendments adopted in June 2025, 5-plexes and 6-plexes are permitted as of right in detached houses across this area. So the broad policy question has already been answered by Council. Council has determined that this form of gentle density in this location is appropriate in principle. The issue before this committee is therefore not whether 6 units in a main building, together with a garden suite, are an acceptable land use concept in Fairbank. The narrower legal question is whether the 6 variances, or now fewer variances, of 6 variances, satisfy the 4 tests. First, in respect of height, we're asking for 11.54, where 11 meters is permitted. That's a marginal and very insignificant change we would suggest. Same with soft landscaping, a very insignificant change, going from 50% to 36.91%. And as we've demonstrated in other applications, these sites are capable of sustaining and maintaining all the stormwater management on site, so that there are areas of the rear yard that are absorbing and dealing with water, even though they don't count towards the rear yard soft landscaping. None of these two individually or collectively produce a built form materially different from what the bylaw already contemplates for this kind of intensified residential use. Now, in terms of the front and side yard setbacks for the main building, this is a flanking lot condition, kind of an ideal site for a sixplex. And the side yard setback is on the flanking side. So the relationship is not to a neighboring house. It's along the city side condition, adjacent to the boulevard easement interface. And in that context, the reduced side setback does not generate the same privacy, overlook, or separation concerns one would expect between two principal buildings on interior lots. And in any event, there are quite a number of side yard setback variances already approved in this area. The design for the front yard setback, now reduced to, or I should say increased to 4 meters, allows the massing to deliver family-sized 3-bedroom units in the form the council now expressly supports. The idea is here is to create 3-bedroom units that can accommodate families comfortably. I want to address a number of the submissions that the committee has received. There's quite a lot. I would suggest to the committee that the volume of objection has more to do with what is now permitted in neighborhoods, because reading through those and aggregating the most important concern, it's about over-concentration, overdevelopment is the concern that we hear. And I understand that, it makes perfect sense. But that is not about this application. That is about more density in neighborhoods. And we are responding to the policy directive of more density. Even Councillor Bravo's letter effectively recognizes this distinction. It notes that complaints raised by many of the constituents do not directly engage with the 4 tests, and it urges the committee to consider a broader context. With respect, that broader context is not before you when assessing the 4 tests. There are a couple of practical concerns that have been raised. Those include objections concerning parking, traffic, and school bus safety, including waste. On parking, this is an MTSA application, as indicated, 400 meters from a subway station. There's not a requirement for parking and not an expectation that this is going to be an area that supports car ownership. Second, on Harlow and Kirknewton, the corner there's concern, and the objectors have framed that largely as sightline and driver behavior. And I would keep this point practical. There is a stop-controlled intersection there, and the committee is not being asked to adjudicate a speculation on the non-compliance of drivers as they enter that intersection. In respect of waste, likewise, there is a plan in place to deal with the waste that's anticipated to be generated by the tenants of the site. So in the end, this should be assessed for what it is now, a revised 6 variance application in a Fairbank MTSA in a policy environment where council has already endorsed 6plex permissions. I would happily answer any committee questions, and we'll respond to those comments we hear from.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, why don't we hear from the folks who want to speak to this item first, and we can come back to you. All right, there's some folks here who want to speak. Are all 4 of you speaking? 3 of you? Okay. Oh, there's someone behind the pillar. All right, whoever wants to come first, do you want to come up? Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. Your name and address, please, ma'am.
Stephanie Pacheco, and I reside at 77 KIRKNEWTON Road.
I'm just going to ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you so we can all hear you.
Can you hear me better?
That's better, yes.
Okay. My name is Stephanie Pacheco, and I reside at 77 KIRKNEWTON Road.
All right, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
All right. So some of the issues that we have Well, actually, I'm going to start off by saying I do support thoughtful and appropriate housing growth. However, this proposal is not an example of gentle density. It is an overdevelopment of a single residential lot and relies on numerous variances to achieve a scale and intensity that is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The variances are not minor when considered together. One that we do have a major issue with is the reduced front yard setback. Even at 4, we would like to see it go back. It is going to be permanently changing the frontscape of the neighborhood when you bring it up forward that much. Let me see here. As for parking, the applicant argues that parking is unnecessary because minimum parking requirements have not been removed and tenants can obtain on-street parking. However, purchasing parking permits does not create parking spaces. So right now we have 2 of these units already on our street. One is open. There's already been altercations on the street regarding parking. Regardless of the city saying, okay, you don't need parking, it's still a major problem for us on the street. So unless you're living there, you don't understand what people are being faced with. That's one unit being open. You have another one that's going to be open that's already been built. Then you have this one here. Then you have another one on Interdale. Where are all these people going to park? No one is addressing our concerns. They're just saying, oh, the city doesn't require it. Where are they going to park, though? If there's no solution, the city doesn't require it is not an argument. It's not a solution for us. Okay. Also, there are safety concerns. The school bus does stop right in front of that right in front of that house. So again, you're going to have now increased vehicles, parking, blind spots, visibility issues when it comes out forward, creating a safety hazardous for the students as well as for the pedestrians. Also, privacy, from my understanding, there hasn't been a comprehensive shadow study that has been provided despite the increased height and reduced setbacks. As well, I would like to the committee to consider the sequence of the following events. I can't remember the date right now, I don't have it put down here, but April 20th? April 20th, there were 2 individuals observed cutting down trees illegally. They did not own the property, they were actually city trees. The survey was done the following day, which brings to question the sequence of events. They come in, they alter and change and cut down trees what they need to avoid getting permits. So then they show you a survey that has been altered. And it's not true to fact of how the property was before, which I asked the committee to really go through everything that they put in through support and really go through anything that is submitted to see if it has been altered in any way, what has been done before. I also request that we defer this application until the investigation has been completed regarding the trees, because it is this property.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
I think that's it.
So you raised a number of issues. I will ask the agent this, but you've suggested that there's an investigation underway for the trees.
Correct.
Can you just share with us?
I don't know exactly how much I can share. All I do know is that they were caught by myself and my husband. We have it on video. They were cutting down trees about 10:30 at night. I did call 311. They did confirm with me that they are city trees. So meaning that they are altering the property before they even owned it technically. So they bought the property, it hasn't closed yet. So they were trespassing on the property, cutting down trees, and getting the survey done the following day.
Okay, so you've contacted the city.
There is an investigation going on.
All right.
And you can contact they don't get involved with committee of adjustments from my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Dino?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate you coming down today and expressing your concerns. You did mention parking as a major issue. I visited this site. I walked the neighborhood. I don't live there, obviously. Is it possible that, and the fact that the city doesn't require a minimum number of parking spaces now for these kinds of built form, the property is located within 200 meters of a station, the Fairbank station. Would you expect some of those renters or owners to walk and take public transit?
Even if they walk, a lot of people still do own cars. So we have that one, for example, it opened and there's already altercations regarding parking spots. So I understand there needs to be housing, but you also have to respect the residents that are currently there. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is something, like, I understand you guys look at numbers and variances and all that, but you have to understand behind that, there are people that have to be faced with the consequences that happen after things are approved.
And I will correct you on that. We do listen. That's why you're able to come down and speak. So we take that all into consideration, not just the mathematical or quantitative aspect of it. Yeah, we do take that into consideration.
So we will also follow up with the agent about, I'm sure that they've done some investigation about, parking availability in the neighborhood. So we'll ask them that as well.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Hi.
Hello.
Have a seat. Your name and address, please, ma'am.
Yes, sure. Good afternoon. My name is Gina Matibag, and also good afternoon to everyone, members of the committee. My name is Gina Matibag. Directly adjacent to the proposed or subject property, which is the 76 KIRKNEWTON Road. And I am representing myself and my husband. We've been living there for almost 15 years. In a few months, to be exact, will be 15 years. I am expressing objection to the requested variances, specifically of the following concerns. The mass and scale. The proposed 3-story and rear 2-story dwellings will create parking, which has been mentioned, and the traffic congestion in the local. This will negatively affect local safety, alter the character of the neighborhood, and exceed what is reasonable for this specific lot. The proposed scale is incompatible with the established character of the neighborhood. It is a single family wherein all the facades of the houses are similar to each other. Next is the reduced setbacks. The minimum front yard setback is 6.11 meters, but the proposal to 4 meters, which has been updated just right now, from the front east lot line is not minor in size and impact. A more than 50% reduction in the minimum required front setback allows the building to be located closer to the street. And this is not a minor variance and will negatively impact neighborhood's character. Additionally, the reduction in open space will compromise proper drainage, adversely affecting adjacent properties, which is obviously more on us, which is the 76 KIRKNEWTON Road and also the neighboring properties. And also it will diminish green space, and it should also be given the same level of importance in any developments. Next is the increased building height. The proposal increases the building permit height from 11 meters to 11.54. Approving these variances will result in significant loss of privacy, especially on us and the rest of the properties surrounding directly to the proposed property. It will create overshadowing on the adjacent property and sightline obstructions. These applications ask for too much relief from the rules, creates a negative impact on the immediate neighbors, and fails the test of the Planning Act. Therefore, my husband, and the community, I respectfully request that the committee refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions, panel? See none. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Do I have
It should be green.
Green. Okay, it's green.
There you go. Name and address, please, ma'am.
Sure. I'm Karan Miel. I live at 73 Kirknewton Road. I live directly across from the proposed development. A lot of what I'm going to say you probably heard a little bit about. I'm glad, sir, that you walked around our community and you saw that on the street that most of the homes that come out and create the sight line as you look down the street are, you know, small community balconies. They're not giant slabs of concrete with stairs at the front. So it will completely, this front setback issue is a really significant issue that will completely alter the streetscape. That's where I wanted to start, but I'm going to keep on going. I think to my neighbors who have said we are people that live in these communities and we live with the repercussions of these decisions. I support housing. I work in the not-for-profit sector. I've actually worked for Toronto Community Housing. Responsible integration into a community is a primary goal of development. This applicant has again and again shown its lack of respect and engagement for the community to the point that they've used my address with a fake name on a COA application for another property on this road. This is the type of applicant we're dealing with. Our street, which you would have seen on your walk, has detached, semi-detached, and triplexes. We actually have quite a large variety of different types of homes. Our neighborhood corridor has actually significantly changed since the changes in the bylaws. We've seen, you know, 9 stories up on Eglinton at the top of our road. We're seeing another development for 26 stories on Eglinton. We've seen 8 of the applicants' buildings come into our space. Some of them not developed yet, 2 are, as Stephanie said, going to open soon. There's a lot of change in our neighborhood. We understand that because we live so close to a subway and we appreciate the subway. But responsible and appropriate densification is the real issue with this proposal. I think there are no letters of support for this application. I think the widespread community concern means this application requires a considerable amount of careful overview. I started with the front-facing design because you took the walk around the street, which I really appreciate that you came to see us and to see where we live. But that even with the variance change, that's still a significant change to the frontscape of the building. It will be a slab of concrete as per the applicant's other developments. The staircases on the front jut out. This is really not in line with anything you would see. It's a large institutional building. It's going to really change what I look out in the morning. It's going to change what all of my neighbors see. And the agent argued that the house across the street would not be impacted by this giant building, but they will, because what they will look out from their side property will be this property. So I think maybe the agent's desire to see this as a single proposal is a little misplaced when any proposal for development actually moves into a neighborhood. And I believe under expanding housing that we were supposed to consider the surrounding streetscape neighborhood and integration into that neighborhood. My concern, like the others, is overdevelopment. It's multiple variances, even with the adjustments, and I didn't quite hear the agent on the other 2 he took out, so I don't quite understand what those are, and if someone could let me know, that would be great. But when you view all of these variances together, they kind of tell the story of an overdevelopment of a site. This front setback is a design choice made to accommodate the development, but not into response of the site and what it should actually contain. You look at these individually, and they don't say much to you, but you look at them as a cumulative effect, and it is massive. I also don't see how their minor garbage bin allocation on the design actually accommodates garbage for 7 units, which will be a precedent on our street. I don't see how they're going to accommodate privacy. I don't see how they've considered mechanical, which I understand is not what has to come to the committee. I read that somewhere. But I think these aren't proposals that should get passed without consideration of these things, because if, from what I see from a previous property down the street, their air conditioners line up right against the neighbor's fence to the point the neighbor cannot be in his backyard anymore. And the size of the property means there is actually no sunlight for more than a few hours in the day. The garbage is also stacked up right against the fence. We are not looking for rodent infestation. Okay, so to say that this is concerning, it is. One last point, because I'm running out of time. I'm deeply concerned about what one of the applicants said to me on the street 3 weeks ago, which is, no matter what I say here today, it won't matter. The variances will pass.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me, ma'am. Any questions? Dino?
Just a quick one. By the way, thank you for that eloquent speech, and as well to your neighbors. I just wanted to clarify one thing. You said that the stairs would be at the front.
Yes.
The way I read the elevations, they're at the rear, going up to the 3rd floor.
There's a staircase right at the front of the building facing my house on the drawing that I saw.
Just to get to the 1st floor.
But it looks like it's quite a few multiple steps. And if I look at the steps they've put on other buildings, they're institutional, like steel black stairs that jut out and don't at all fit into the character of an older neighborhood, which we are humbly a working class neighborhood who maintain our properties and have some pride in our landscape.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, we have one more speaker here. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for listening our voices. I waited so long freezing here just
It is cold in here, isn't it? Yeah.
To say my also.
I'll ask you for your name and address first.
My name is Lyudmila Mikilita. I reside 94 KIRKNEWTON Road in this neighborhood for 12 years. I hardly, on this street, hard working people who enjoy, and it's a vibrant street, and we are very upset about those buildings. We have already 2 on our street. My husband is engineer. I used to be doctor. I'm from Ukraine. I came long time ago here. And I'm very concerned about the structure. My husband, we observed in winter, like poor labor workers in freezing weather where no one would working on that cheap construction, unsafe. And my husband said, how do we build 3 buildings? He's from Chile, and they really build strong houses. Any earthquake or something, it will go, it's safety of everyone. So, and parking, we always have a problem with parkings. And safety, overcrowded. And me and my husband and all community were against this. So thank you for listening our voices.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions? No? Thank you very much. That's it, Stanley?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers.
Okay. Mr. Flett. Okay, welcome back, sir. You've heard a number of responses. I think you've probably read all the correspondence in opposition. Perhaps you could take a few moments to respond.
I'm happy, sir. And let me begin by saying that I can sympathize with the frustration of what must feel like a drastic change in the planned context of a neighborhood. And this committee has already alluded to that. On O'Connor Road, where there are many bungalows, and then all of a sudden you have the introduction of fourplexes and larger, it is jarring. But that is where we are in this city. That doesn't change. We have problems we need to solve, and this is the way the City Council has chosen to solve them. And these petitions may have relevance now, but the time that those petitions really needed to be sent was to Council when it was changing the rules that we were asking to have applied today. And so I am sympathetic because we're hearing about people who are seeing their neighborhoods change. I hate to hear that there's altercations over where and how to store a car on a public street. I hate to hear that people are afraid. But those concerns need to be managed through a proper process, which this is, an opportunity for people to express themselves, and the review of these bylaws by Council on Election Day in October. That will be one of the ways that people can choose to change the direction the city has chosen. But as it stands now, this is what we have. And what you have before you are 6 variances, which respectfully, and especially with the amendments, are minor. They are not significant in terms of what is being asked of the, in terms of variances. The setback condition, for example, to the north is being improved. The front yard setback, with its improvement, brings it in line with the deck that is already in front of the neighboring house to the north. This is 3 family units in an area that has schools, parks, development on Eglinton for a better, for shopping and for enjoying a neighborhood. This application is exactly what the city intended, and a flanking lot is the perfect place to put it. The garden suite is being proposed now as of right. The garden suite is, I'm sorry, with the exception of a rear yard setback. So nearly as of right on the garden suite. So it is, of course, alarming and concerning to see your neighborhood change. With that said, these are the changes that this is the direction that the city is headed in. In terms of a request for deferral, I don't think that this is the time for a request for deferral. I'm anticipating a handful of questions from the committee on some of the issues that were raised. I don't think it's appropriate for me to be commenting on any active investigation that might be under the city's purview. And as we know, whatever may or may not have happened is not relevant to this committee. This committee is applying its authority under Section 45 of the Planning Act, and that's all. In terms of, I did hear Ms. Tarantino's concerns about structural integrity, about the sight lines from her house. I sympathize with that. With that said, I'm not sure that that is something that is necessarily caught in the ambit of this application. That's something that the building code officer would be concerned with. That's my direct rebuttal to what I've heard now, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Great, thank you. I'll start off with a couple. I mean, you had mentioned that, you know, there may or may not be an investigation on the trees, and we don't have a report from Urban Forestry before us, so we have nothing to guide us in respect of that, and there is no conditions from Urban Forestry. But I mean, a lot of people have raised this issue about removal of trees prior to any kind of permitted authority. Is there anything you can share on that or shed any light on that at all?
I'm not going to comment on the investigation. I take the speakers at their word that they've called 311, that 311 has confirmed that they're looking into this. That is its own separate process. Should people be cutting down trees when they're not permitted? Obviously not.
Okay. You also, people are raising concerns about parking. Now, again, that's not before us. There's no variances with respect to parking. But have you or your clients done any analysis on available spots, street parking in the area?
They don't necessarily look at an analysis. Of course, there's 2 problems to that. The first is that there are available parking spaces. The city has zoned, and we assume the city takes into account what the transportation needs of new residents will be when it's implementing zoning. The EHON process has been long, laborious, and highly studied. So that assumption is that City Council said you can introduce these people because they are close to a transit station, and then their transportation needs will get met one way or another. So I'm not sure what studying the number of available permits might tell us. It would require also, I think, a survey of the area. If you look at the Google satellite pictures, you see there are a number of driveways in the area. So there's a mix of parking available on properties and on the street. The policy context is clear. There's not a requirement to provide the parking. And I understand Ms. Pacheco's concern there is that, well, that's no answer to the problem that I'm experiencing. One of the things that my client does is every new tenant gets a fully loaded Presto card, which is about 1 month's worth of transportation. And the idea is to try to ingrain that habit of going to the station that's only 400 meters away. I would also indicate that the market will adjust to what people's needs are. I've often spoken of the fact that I raised my 2 kids in an apartment without any parking on St. Joseph Street. Well, that was a choice. And the tenants who choose this place will know what the available parking situation is. I don't think the expectation is that there will be 7 households all expecting a place to park a car.
Great, sir. I'm going to indulge my colleagues for a couple more minutes. I have a couple more questions. First off, a lot of people raise the issue about sightlines and the corner lot nature. You are seeking a variance for the setback. I thought I heard you say that the new alignment's going to line up with the porch next door.
That's correct. Yeah, if you look at our site plan, you'll see.
Okay, so in terms of the existing, there's a bungalow on site. How does the new structure relate to the existing bungalow in terms of the front yard? Is it going out further, or is it roughly the same?
So if you look at the site plan, you'd see that it would be jutting out further, but with the change that we've made, increasing the setback to 4 meters. So I'm looking at the site plan SP01 on our revised plans.
Right, I see it there. So,
yeah. And so I don't know the exact measurement of the dashed line to the easternmost main wall, but judging from the fact that there's the 3 meter line there, it's going to come in pretty close.
Right.
Right. Yeah, it's not exactly on point.
Yeah, I see on the site plan that the front of your proposed structure is pretty close to what the porch is on number 76.
And if I might, sir, I'd also indicate that there is a city setback, right? There's the city boulevard.
Yes, of course, and that's the other side, right? Is that there is, that's not the distance to the street. That's actually just the distance to the property line.
Right.
Fair enough. The last thing, and I've raised this with your client in the past, is these external stairs. You've heard me probably speak to them in the past. And we've heard today from other sixplex and multiplexes where the ingress and egress to the existing units or the proposed units is internal. I think your client has a model where there is the external staircases. I appreciate your legal counsel. You're not necessarily a planner, but or an architect, is there a particular reason for your client's model that includes those routinely? Because there is an argument that said it is a visual irritant. Yeah. I mean, they do project. They are functional, not necessarily sightly. But is there a reason? I mean, I think your plans actually do have internal
in this one,
access.
There are some internal accesses because it's a sixplex. Yeah.
So tell me, can you just give me a perspective as to why I'm seeing some applications without these external stairs and this one includes these external stairs?
So I looked very closely at the O'Connor application. You had 2 applications on O'Connor. I can't remember if it was 67, but the sixplex on O'Connor that you approved, that was a much wider lot. And so some of these projects are going are acquiring lots and properties that can much more easily accommodate that internal staircase. Where this client is going is through MTSAs that are not always the easiest neighborhoods to fit this kind of a structure into. So that was almost not quite double, but it was quite significantly larger. So there's a lot more space to work with to provide those internal stairs. Also, to provide truly livable and decent units, there needs to be some compromises in terms of the way space is used. So I agree, and my clients agree, in fact, that the external staircase is suboptimal, and they are looking for ways with the city and with the province to change the building code requirements. It's because of the stacking of the units that exterior stairs.
So this runs afoul of the single egress issue, I guess. Yeah. But the city is open to innovative solutions to resolve that, and I would encourage your client to continue to have those discussions because, as you're right, there's a tight lot, and my observation is that the staircases are often raised by neighbors as being a problem.
Yes, sir, and I having been before you in these applications, I've seen that as well, and certainly my client is actively working on an alternative.
Okay. All right. Who else has, anyone has any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take it in for a decision. Okay. Who wants to start us off? Dino, I know you're just dying to start us off.
Yeah. Thank you. This is a difficult one. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. First of all, thank you to the neighbors for coming today and being so eloquent in their deputations. I want to make a couple of points before I actually talk about the specifics. So first of all, I'm saddened when I hear residents come before this committee or at my time on TLAB and express the sentiment that they don't believe their voices will be heard, or they feel that the decision has already been made before the application's even heard. That couldn't be further from the truth. Our mandate is to determine whether the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act have been met, and we base that decision on listening to all the evidence and making decisions on the evidence, the provenance of the evidence that we've heard. So I wanted to get that out first. Second, you may have raised the issue about precedent, other proposals, other built form on the street or in the neighborhood. Again, each proposal that comes before us is considered through the planning lens, and it goes through a rigorous public process, which this is, and it's assessed on its merits and whether it should be allowed or not. That process ensures that any development that occurs in a neighborhood will, in essence, try to balance the character of the neighborhood, and we take that all into consideration. Having said that, from a planning context, this is within a PMTSA, which is a protected major transit station area. It is very close to public transit, higher level transit. There are 6 variances. It's been reduced from 8 to 6, and there have been revisions since to the variances. So we don't need to recirculate the application under subsection 4518.1.1 of the Planning Act, because in essence, it's an improvement to the application that was originally submitted. Having said all that, I believe that, having heard all the evidence, that this is a supportable application. It is the units are 3-bedroom units, which is something that I think the city certainly would like to see more of, and we are actually seeing more of that as opposed to 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom. And those are, and I hesitate to use the word family, but they are family-sized units. The garden suite and this type of sixplex, those built forms are permitted by the city. We're not here to change the policy of the city. That is City Council's purview. So having said that, I think that this is an appropriate location for this type of built form and proposal. It is a corner lot, flankage with a flankage. There are no variances for length, depth, separation, distance between the main home and the garden suite. I do commend the applicant for trying to improve the application, which I believe they have. And so before I even get to a motion, I would like to hear from my colleagues.
Thanks, Dino. Yeah, I'll weigh in on this one. I would go a little bit further on the commendation. We've gotten correspondence in from numerous local residents and a petition from 115 people, which represents a great surge of interest. I would say the credit for the changes to the application are due to those people. The reason why the applicant has made those changes is in direct response to your participation, is in direct response to the concerns that you've raised about this application and the points that you've made. In the absence of those comments and that participation from you, the applicant may not have made any changes to it. So I think you should take some pride and some solace in the fact that your engagement in this process has made this a better proposal than it would have been otherwise. The other things that are important here, I mean, Kirknewton neighborhood, along with many neighborhoods that are adjacent to Eglinton and Finch and other new higher order transit routes, it's twofold. You benefit dramatically from being walkable to a new subway or LRT line and all the commercial opportunities that that's going to present, restaurants, services, shops. But you also suffer from being in those locations because these are the locations that City Council has specifically determined are going to be areas that are going to receive more density and more intensification. That's just the reality going forward, and our job is to try and make those applications as amenable to the neighborhoods as possible. In this instance, there are a relatively small number of quite minor variance applications. It would be ideal that they would conform entirely to the bylaw, but in this instance, because of the lot configuration, they've required some additional relief. And this committee looks at variances in terms of their magnitude and impact, and the variances themselves don't represent an incremental change in the impact on either the neighbors or the neighborhood or the street. So for that reason, and as Dino points out, this is a corner lot. It's a little less dramatic in terms of impact because of the fact it is a corner lot. And I would take the agent's point. I think it is true that the frontage projection outward is in line with the porch of the other. So it is in keeping with the lot fabric for this portion of the street. The parking is an issue. It will be an issue. It's not only an issue in this neighborhood. Quite frankly, it's an issue in every single neighborhood in this city. It's something we hear about all the time. It is a problem. And providing access to public transit is one way in which we can address some of the parking challenges that we have. So that's a long-winded perspective on this one. The issue about trees was spoken to and addressed. It is concerning, but that investigation is underway, and if there were anything done that was untoward and inappropriate, that will be dealt with in due process. So I do think this is a supportable application in the context that it advances what City Council is trying to achieve in existing neighborhoods by providing rental accommodation and more density. So I too think it's supportable. Anne?
Yeah, so I agree it's a difficult application, but I think I may be coming to a different conclusion than my colleagues. It's true that a lot of the opposition could perhaps be characterized as opposition to the idea of a sixplex, which is as of right, but the applicant is asking for variances, and some of them are significant and very significant to the speakers in terms of impact, and impact is what we are instructed to look at. So we have the fact that it's a corner lot and it's a PMTSA, and it's also great that the applicant responded to the complaints with changes in the plans. But the applicant's still asking for variance. The impact is a key issue, and I think there's just too much serious opposition for me to support the application, notably the speakers who came today, who presented so well, the councillor and the 115 signatory petition. They focus particularly on the front yard setback issue and the height, and that does go to build form. I also just want to comment that although it's not directly relevant to what we're here to consider, the tree issue is concerning, and I think it goes to good faith, which is concerning as well. So on the one hand, the applicant changed the plans to respond to problems, but on the other hand, that's a very concerning issue that they went in and if it occurred. And the applicant cannot speak to that, probably for legal reasons, but I just wanted to make that comment.
Great, thank you, Anne. Anyone else?
I would just add another observation to that, Chair. So in terms of the potential outcomes of any investigations, I know that that is technically outside of the scope of our planning considerations here today, technically. However, I do think that the outcomes of those investigations would potentially actually have an impact on the decisions that we make here from a planning perspective. And so I would prefer to move towards a deferral until such information becomes readily available.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ryan?
I mean, I can't articulate better than my colleagues who have supported these variances have, but I do find it supportable. I think it's in the right location. I think it's the right approach. Although I understand the concerns and of the opposition, from my perspective, this is a supportable application.
Okay. I'm sure that the agent and those who are listening online have heard some of the concerns, not only from the residents, but also as expressed in the panel. The tree issue is something that will take its own path forward, and it is what it is for the time being. But Katie, you mentioned you would prefer a deferral, so let's try that. If you wanted to make a motion to that effect.
Sure. So I would move to defer this application until the ongoing investigations come to some sort of decision where we can then make a full assessment of the circumstances at play.
Great, thank you. I'll ask for a seconder in that motion.
Through the chair, I would just add in or caution, because we don't have any evidence of an investigation and we don't have any comments from urban forestry in this regard, perhaps rephrasing the deferral reason for the applicant and/or urban forestry staff to provide some commentary regarding this issue and the results of this, just because currently we don't actually have anything.
No, and I think
that's exactly.
It's a really good point. I mean, there are allegations at this point, and I think the agent did indicate in his comments that they had heard the request for deferral and they prefer not to defer. So there is a. Unfortunately, the rules don't allow for that to happen. I'm sorry. So there is a motion to defer. Do I have a seconder? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That motion fails. Okay, so I will look for another motion. Dino?
Yeah, if I can just, before proceeding with that, just to respond to my colleagues. You've made some really interesting points. Let me just reference a famous case, and I know some people say it's outdated, but I really do think it's relevant and continues to be relevant, and that's Vincent versus the Gasparis, for 2 points. Number one, you're absolutely right. A variance is a right, is not a right. It's a privilege. And so these variances come before us because they're required and they're not given easily. The second is that in that case, that divisional court decision, they talked about what constitutes minor. And minor, they determined, is not simply a mathematical exercise. It also involves whether the imputed impacts of the variances being requested rise to the level of adverse or undue impacts of a planning nature. So if we bring this all back to our mandate, which is, do the variances satisfy the 4 statutory tests? It is my opinion that, and minor is a very, very high threshold to reach. I believe that the variances being requested individually and cumulatively do satisfy the 4 tests. So I am prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the 6 variances subject to, and I don't think there are any conditions of approval for this application, if I'm not mistaken. Plus, it is an amended application, so I want to make sure that is noted.
Okay, thank you, Dino. Before we get a seconder, I just want to reiterate, I mean, one of the concerns of the members were about trees. We have no report from urban forestry before us. And as a consequence, it's very difficult for us to subscribe or ascribe any opinion to that. So it would be great if we had something, but we don't.
And is it possible that we don't have something because the process was circumscribed? That's my only, that's my hesitation, and that's where I'm pausing on supporting
and
this.
I understand that. Unfortunately, we just don't have that evidence before us. So we can't really attribute a decision to that at this point. So we do have a motion from Mr. Your microphone's not on, Ann.
Notably, the councillor's letter did reference these allegations, so it rose to a level that the councillor felt satisfied to mention that this was something that needed to be investigated.
And we appreciate the councillor's input, and she's reflecting, I think, the allegations that are circulating within the community. So we do have a motion from Mr. Lombardi to approve the amended application. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Bissonnette, all in favor? Opposed? So Ms. Crawford and Ms. Placer dissent that the motion passes 3-2. The application is approved. Thank you all. Thank you for coming down. Okay, we will move on to item number 17. 71 Ward Street. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition with access stairs. The existing side basement walkout and ground floor deck with stairs will be demolished. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, and that's it. Do we have the agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lopes.
Good afternoon. It's actually Igor Koch here from MXL Engineering, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, sir, just hang on a sec. It's a very minor, straightforward application. I don't think we need a presentation today. We may have questions. Is there anything you'd like to share with the committee before we take it into committee for a decision?
I believe it's a pretty simple and straightforward application. We only have 3 minor variances. It's just a one-story addition, about 160 square feet that we're proposing, and the main goal is just to have access between the basement and the main floor level, which somehow this odd house does not currently, it actually lacks. I can tell that the configuration of the lot is a bit different than the adjacent lots, because I believe in the past the previous owner sold the parcel of the land where the garage sits to the neighbor. So it's a shorter lot. Instead of having 120 feet depth as the neighbors, is just 80 feet. And that's why we have the rear yard variance and also the FSI component.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Any questions? See none. All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee. It's a pretty straightforward application, guys.
All right, I'll put forward the motion to approve the variances, and I see no conditions.
No conditions. Okay, motion by Mr. Bissonnette to approve, seconded by Ms. Blazer. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Move on to item number 18, 77 Galt Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition above the rear 2-story portion of the dwelling and underpinning the basement. Also to install a ground-mounted air conditioning device in the front yard. Mounted air conditioning device. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, and presentation from the agent. We have correspondence and support from 226 and 226A Jones Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Shahid Danawati, and the address is 1304 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, sir, hang on a sec. Anyone need a presentation? No? Okay, sir, we don't need a presentation today. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it in for a decision?
I'm ready for your questions. Thank you.
All right. Any questions, panel? No questions? Okay, we're in committee.
Just one question.
Thank you.
Oh, you do have a question. Pardon me. Well, sorry, we'll have a committee.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. It's a question I think maybe we all are asking. Why does the air conditioning unit have to be in the front yard where it is? And maybe that's a rhetorical question because I know the answer, and that's because there's a large existing deck at the rear, and there really isn't any space. Is that correct?
The kids are dropping things into the air conditioning machine as well. So that's another problem. So we tried to put it on the wall just above the deck, and the house was vibrating at night. So maybe because of the structure as such. So we brought it up and we put some trees over there, and we're going to hide it behind those trees.
Okay.
So I've given a small presentation to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The kids dropping stuff into the air. I haven't heard that one before. That's a new one. I must admit, if you walk around many streets, there are many air conditioners out in the front yard. I didn't, frankly, realize it was a bylaw infraction. So we've learned something today. All right, let's take it into committee. Katie?
Sure, I'm happy to move this one. Yeah, 2 variances for a fairly modest 3rd-story addition. I don't see any conditions attached, and I'm happy to move it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Plaitzer to approve. I have a seconder, Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. And we move to today's last item, which is 574 Davenport Road. This is an application to construct a new 3-story apartment building with front and rear balconies on the 2nd and 3rd stories, front and rear basement walkouts, front and rear porches, exterior stairs, and a raised planter with concrete wall at the southwest corner. There'll be a total of 12 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plans, floor plans, and elevations received July 7th and again on July 14th and July 20th. We have a red line public notice from the agent, revised zoning waiver. We have covering letter from the agent, previous decision number affecting the subject property, email correspondence from the agent, and tree inventory and preservation plan. Presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence with the agent and urban forestry. There is staff reports from urban forestry, 2 reports from urban forestry, and correspondence in opposition from 2 correspondence opposition, both from 576 Davenport Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 2 registered speakers online, both from the same address.
Right, that's the Davenport?
From 576 Davenport.
Okay, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, name and address, please.
My name is Ann James, and I'm a planner at Bouse Fields, and my address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Okay, and your colleague.
My name is Caitlin Allen. I am a colleague of Ann's, and so my address is also 3 Church Street, Suite 200. We're both registered speakers, but Ann will be delivering the presentation and answering questions, but if there are questions that I can answer, I'll be here for
That's
support.
great. Thank you very much. We will need a presentation. If you can also highlight the forestry issues, it sounds like things have been changing right up to the end of the line. So if you can help us out with that, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Did you want me to do that at the beginning or towards the end?
It's your call, however you want to handle it.
Okay, great. So I'll just have you pull up the presentation before my time begins, please. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm here today to speak to you about an application for minor variance at 574 Davenport Road to speak to, to permit a 3-story apartment building comprising 12 purpose-built rental units, 2 of which are proposed to be affordable rental units. And before I get started, I just want to note that we have received no objections from city staff. We have received and reviewed the objections from the neighbors to the west and have filed a letter providing further information on that. Additionally, refinements were made to the architectural plans, which I will outline in my presentation. These were filed on Monday at around midday. Perfect. Okay, so this site is a corner lot located at the northwest corner of Davenport Road and Walmer Road. Formerly, the subject site had a 2-story detached dwelling, which has since been partially demolished. It's located approximately a 6-minute walk from DuPont Station. And then in the immediate context, you can see there are a mix of uses, including low-rise residential along Davenport Road to the west, George Brown College's Casa Loma campus to the south, and then also the escarpment to the north, so that accounts for the significant grade change on the site. And then just kitty corner to the site is a 10-story residential approval at 555 Davenport Road. Slide, please. Great. So the site is located on an avenue, and this is where growth and intensification is anticipated. Slide, please. The site is also located along a major road, or major street, I should say. Slide, please. And in terms of land use, the subject site is designated neighborhoods in the OP. And recent amendments to the OP and zoning bylaw allow for 6-story apartment buildings with up to 60 units on sites within neighborhoods located on major streets. The proposal that we have before you today is 3 stories, which is a more modest built form than what is permitted. Slide, please. We also just wanted to highlight that there is a SASP, which speaks to the anticipated scale of development in the area south of the escarpment as being low to moderate. Slide, please. So in 2021, the Committee of Adjustment approved a multiplex building built form on the site, and it's subsequently in 2026, a building permit was issued for a 6-plex. The proposal before you today has the same height and setbacks as the previously approved 6-plex. However, now that the number of units has increased from 6 to 12 residential units, it's now being technically considered an apartment building under the inverse zoning, which is what is triggering these additional variances. And so we just want to note that the proposed height of 10.5 meters complies with the maximum height in the bylaw, which is 13 meters for any residential buildings and 19 meters specifically for an apartment building on a major street. Slide, please. Actually, could you skip to slide 9, please? Just one more. Perfect. Okay, great. So this application seeks 12 variances, and in the interest of time, I'm only going to highlight just a few of them, but we'll be happy to speak to the others as part of your line of questioning should you have any. So slide, please. Great. With respect to the 3 setback variances being requested, they are generally the same as the approved built form. The neighbor to the immediate west cited concerns in their letter over privacy. So we note that projecting balconies are only located on the front and rear, within the front and rear setbacks. However, we have since added privacy screens to the design, which are reflected in the plans that were provided on Monday. If you could skip to slide 14, please. Perfect. So variance 5 relates to architectural features. And in this case, the proposal contemplates a raised planter at the southwest corner. We note that the neighbor expressed concerns over the height of this feature, so it has since been reduced from 8 feet to 6 feet to address this concern. Next slide, please. And as you'll see here, similar architectural features are present within the immediate context, including the site to the immediate west of us. Slide, please. And then similarly, the landscaping being proposed is similar to other conditions in the immediate context as well. Slide, please. So no parking is proposed on site, and I'll have you go to the next slide. And as I mentioned, or not, resident parking isn't required in the bylaw, and in our opinion, 0 visitor parking is appropriate for the site given the site's proximity to DuPont Station and several surface transit routes, as well as multiple bike share stations and bike lanes. So in this regard, we don't anticipate parking being an issue. Additionally, there are 2 large surface parking lots available for public use, offering all-day parking for a fee, and these are about 200 meters to the south of the site. And we also just note that in that purple hue, you'll see that we are just on the corner of PMTSA, where no parking would be provided would be required in those areas. Slide, please. This is my last one. 8 bicycle parking spaces are provided with some technical relief required to permit them. And then if you could just skip ahead to slide 22, I'll just conclude my presentation. Thank you for listening. I'd be happy to take or answer any questions.
Can I ask you just to speak to that forestry issue?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Bring us up to date on where things are at.
Yes, absolutely. So with respect to forestry, there was a letter that was issued by Urban Forestry stating that there was a tree that needed to have a permit to be removed. This was erroneously cited as a city-owned tree, though it is in fact on the owner's property. And so conversations were had between Urban Forestry and the applicant, and Urban Forestry accepted the, I guess it was a proposal to bring in a new tree as part of the landscaping plan. So it's been fully rectified.
All right, so there's no longer a recommendation to refuse.
Exactly. They have provided a withdrawal of their, I think it says revoke, of their request for any to deny variance.
Okay. Yes, Dino.
Mr. Chair, on that point, their letter actually says refusal because of a removal of a tree, but also viable planting space. Has that been addressed, the second part of that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, for the record, Urban Forestry did submit that very late correspondence. Staff have that presented on the screen, where Urban Forestry is revoking their request to deny variance number 4, and instead they are seeking Urban Forestry condition number 1.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other?
Sorry, just a question to the Madam Secretary Treasurer. Were the revised site plan and drawings that the applicant referred to that were submitted Monday, were they submitted officially?
Through the chair, yes, the full set was submitted. The applicant is also confirming that.
Yes,
yes, and that is with the received date of July 20th, and you would have that in your package.
So if we approve this and put a condition tying the site plan, I don't know if we need to, but those will be the plans.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, we have a couple speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be unmuting one of the 2 speakers from 576 Davenport Road.
So they share 5 minutes? Is they from the same household?
That's correct. They're both part owners of 576 Davenport Road.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Name and address, please, sir.
I'm Alexander Alves. I am one of the owners of 576 Davenport Road. My brother Frederick Alves is an owner but resides here with his family. I was hoping to ask for a deferral or an adjournment to this, as we have not been able to properly prepare and obtain professional legal and planning advice. We do have a family member with some serious medical concerns that have slowed us down, and we were only aware of this change since June 23rd. There's also been about 5 or 6 documents that were submitted after the July 15th deadline that have not been able to review properly. If we do not get the deferral, I'll go on to just sort of voice my concerns, because I believe this is a massive change. 6 units that were originally approved and that construction has already well begun on these 6 units is now looking to be switched over to 12 units, double the amount of units. We're talking about 4 bachelors, 4 one-bedrooms, and 4 two-bedrooms. I thought the city was probably going away from micro units, but it looks like we're bringing them back. I don't think we have also looked at the impacts of delivery vehicles. Where would moving vans stop? There's no parking. There's no designated drop-off pickup area for this building. It is on a major corner where there are hundreds of right-turn vehicles that would be walking into any stopped vehicle that is stopped in front of this building. You guys, why is this not subject to, so sorry, give me 1 second. Why is this not a site plan control? This is over 10 units. In an email from Stanley and the architecture company, it says because it's less than 2,000 square meters of closed floor area, it doesn't apply. But it should apply to site plan control because there are 12 units above the 10 units that are required. Why are we not having a garbage room in this building? We're gonna put, 10 bins outside? And where is the pickup gonna go? We have a triplex next door where we have a hard time just putting our bins out on the sidewalk because there's no room. There's a bicycle lane, there's a small sidewalk, and it's always a nightmare, especially when the winter comes around and you have these massive snow piles because there's a bike lane in front of us. During construction right now, just the workers putting their trucks right in front are blocking bicycle lanes, impeding traffic, and this is just the start. I'm still trying to fathom a moving truck every month. When you have 12 units, there's a lot of turnover in tenants. Where are these vehicles going to stop? Where are these Amazon trucks going to stop? Where are these food delivery trucks, vehicles going to stop? I'm not opposed to 6 units. I believe the city needs more good housing. But 12 units here, I think is ridiculous. I don't understand it. I would love to have somebody explain to me how we can get 12 units on a site that's only 37 feet by 100 in the city of Toronto. Like, it just doesn't make sense. My brother has 2 young girls here. He's gonna live with a monstrosity that's fine. I understand that the area of the building is not gonna change if it was the 6 units that are approved, but it's still something quite large, but you're doubling the amount of residents. I just don't understand how it's gonna work. And I would love for the board to explain this. I would love to be able to get the opportunity to get proper legal and planning advice. That is why I asked for a deferral. Raccoons, when you're gonna have, I don't understand, 12 units, at least 1 bin per unit? You're talking about 24 bins. Where are we gonna put 24 bins outside? You don't even have a bicycle room. All the bicycles have to be parked outside on a lot that has no green space? Where's the green space for this lot? Where are the 12 owners going to enjoy green space? We have a few small parks in the neighborhood, but we don't have many big parks, right? So I appreciate the committees taking a look at this, and I do not wish to impede the growth of the city of Toronto and apartment buildings and more units, but I think they have to be thought out and properly planned. I think this is aggressive and egregious, the amount of units that are being tried to be put into this place. I'm sorry, I'm not a very eloquent speaker. I get a little emotional. I apologize. I hope I don't come across as too aggressive or anything. I don't mean that in any way. I just don't believe that 12 units on a small site like this in a catastrophic sort of intersection, like if you sit here for 5 minutes and you see the amount of movement on this intersection, you're gonna wonder, where are the vehicles for this building gonna stop? We all know that there are vehicles, even if people do decide to bike, or even if people do decide to take public transportation, there are other vehicles in our day-to-day lives that need to stop in front of buildings. I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna let my brother speak. I'm sorry, we didn't realize that we only get the same 5 minutes. So I would apologize if we go a little.
Okay, thank you. First of all, don't apologize. You spoke quite eloquently. Don't worry about that. Did a fine job. If your brother is speaking, I'm going to grant him a little bit of time, but I'm not going to give the full 5 minutes. I'll give him 2 minutes, and if he could give us his comments in a succinct way, that would be helpful.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate your time and providing me with some extra time. My name is Frederick Alves, and I'm one of the owners and residents at 576 Davenport Road, right beside the proposed development at 574 Davenport Road. I'm not against new housing. I understand that Toronto needs more homes. My concern is the proposal is much bigger than what I believe should be considered a minor variance. It will have a real impact on my property and the surrounding neighborhood. My first concern is the size of the project. The proposal is for a 3-story building with 12 residential units. My understanding is that the property was previously planned for 6 units. This proposal doubles the number of units. This means twice as many people living here, more visitors, more deliveries, more vehicles, and more day-to-day activity. It also means more garbage, recycling, green bins, which can attract more raccoons. Anyone living in this area knows the amount of raccoons we have in that green space back there. It's ridiculous, which can attract rodents due to these bins being stored in the back as proposed. For all these where are all these bins going to be stored during garbage pickup day? This will create additional issues for all neighboring properties. My other concern is the reduced setbacks. The smaller side and rear yard setbacks, along with the building extensions and balconies, will reduce significantly the sunlight reaching my home and backyard. The balconies will overlook my backyard and living space. As per their plans, there will be 8 windows facing our home, reducing the privacy that my family and tenants currently enjoy. My last concern is just traffic and safety. 12 units, there will be more residents, visitors, delivery vehicles, service vehicles, and rideshare traffic, moving trucks, etc. This is a corner property, so more vehicle activity increases safety concerns for both drivers and pedestrians. Just with construction alone, like my brother had said, we've had several issues with parking. Workers parking in my driveway, workers parking on the sidewalk, blocking bike lanes. I've seen numerous of issues since the beginning of construction. Anyone who knows Davenport Road knows how busy this street is from the AM to the PM. The proposal also has no visitor parking or parking.
I'm just going to cut you off there. I think we've got a good sense of what your concerns are. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am going to speak to the request for a deferral. The applicant has abided by all the notice provisions. The appropriate amount of time was given for those who are entitled to get notification to provide input and comments. So we can certainly ask them about deferral, but they are under no obligation to do so. So thank you very much, and we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the neighbor for calling in. We appreciate having those comments. Speaking specifically to the deferral, that is not something that we would like to do today, so we'd like to proceed with the application. And I just wanted to touch on one other note that one of the committee members brought up about tying the approval to the drawings, which we'd be happy to do, specifically to the elevations is what we would be willing to do today, as opposed to like the site plan, just the elevations, as that's kind of what's relevant to the concerns, which is the balcony privacy and the raised planter. And then just in terms of responding to our neighbor, there's a lot said, so I want to make sure that I'm getting through all of it. You know, parking has been spoken about a lot today in the committee, so I don't want to go over it too much, but in this specific case, you know, we noted that there is no parking that is required on the site, and no visitor parking will be provided. There is on Walmer, we note that no parking is permitted, but stopping is, which would allow for loading and/or unloading of passengers or deliveries. And also, there is on-street parking available on the south side of Davenport. In terms of, I mentioned it in my presentation, there's also quite a lot of surface parking that's available less than 200 meters to the south of the site. So should there be visitors, there is parking there overnight for a fee. Next, I wanted to speak about the garbage room, the garbage issue. So confirming that there will be garbage enclosed within the rear yard and screened from the public realm. And the applicant on other projects have hired companies that take the garbage to the curb. It will be collected on Walmer Road, not on Davenport Road. And this company would also maintain that property as well. With respect to the landscaping comment, we just want to highlight the fact that we are still maintaining that 30%, we're over above that. I think it's 35% that we're providing, where 30% soft landscaping is required. So we are still in line with that. And then the other concern about the unit mix and the change from 6 to 12. And so we note that the proposed increase in units is accommodated within the same built form as the approved sixplex, and therefore we're not proposing a larger footprint or there being any changes to the setbacks that were previously approved as well. It's just been an internal reorganization to accommodate a different mix of uses. And there was a comment about doubling the number of residents from the 6 units to the 12 units. We actually, you can do, when you do the math based off of the PPU, we anticipate that actually be a very similar, we anticipate it being very similar mix actually with regard to the number of people that a 6 unit to a 12 unit with different sized units would accommodate within that building. I do think I covered everything, but I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Dino.
Thank you. Just your last point there, and I think it's important for the record, doubling the number of units.
Yes.
The planning policy context is important, and I'm hoping you can do that in an abbreviated way. But one of the, well, not one, but I think a common thread was from those in opposition was it's sort of a, I'll use their terminology, a bait and switch. You got approval for 6 in 2021. Now you're going to 12. What's the planning policy context for that, for your ability to do that through city policy?
Okay, just to point directly to that, the approved building permit drawings that were approved show a 6-unit building, but in this case, the owner, saw the opportunity to provide 6 additional units within the exact same built form, and that's why we're here today. And so, just in terms of policy, we're located on an avenue on a major street where up to 6 stories with 60 units is permitted. And so it's anticipated this growth, and we're doing it in a form that we think is quite modest and in line with the existing character of Davenport and Walmer, and it meets the intent and purpose of the official plan in our opinion.
And one last question. With respect to a comment or concern that we heard that why does this not require site plan approval? Because it has more than 10 units. So, if you're looking at major streets and avenue policies, they do allow between 5 and 30 units. And so if it weren't on a major street or an avenue, et cetera, that would be a problem and that probably would trigger. But because it's less than 2,000 square meters, which is the other standard, that doesn't require a site plan approval, right?
Exactly correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anne.
Yeah, so do you still need the variance about not enclosing the waste and recyclable materials in an enclosed building?
Sorry, when I say enclosed, I think I meant more screened. It is in the rear. It will be located in the rear. We can actually pull up the site plan or maybe the proposal drawing, which I can just, if you want to show that. It will be screened from the public realm, but we don't have any internal shared space within the building. So it does need to be kept outdoors. And that is why we're able to provide these additional units, is because we don't have any shared indoor space.
Okay, and if you can indulge me for a minute, and my colleagues too, because it's not really the purview of Committee of Adjustments, but I know this corner very well too. I live near it and travel there a lot.
Yeah.
And the 2 objectors were extremely concerned about how is everyone going to stop here. Have you given that thought?
Yes, it has been given thought. Simply because we, like I said, are located at the corner of the PMTSA. We're in a highly walkable neighborhood with excellent access to transit.
But people order Amazon or they move or
absolutely, yes. That is a concern that is thought of. As I mentioned on Walmer, there is no parking, but there is no stopping. So there will be opportunities for brief deliveries or drop-offs for Ubers or Lyfts, whatever have you.
Do you think they'll stop on Walmer instead of Davenport?
There may be an opportunity. There may be, I guess, times when they would stop on Davenport, but I do assume that they would do it along the south side of Davenport where parking is permitted.
Just to be clear on the waste, so on your red line, you're removing the...
No, we're not removing.
It's in red, so that's just a revision. So can you pull up your red line?
Yes.
I wasn't sure what...
Sorry, so I can speak to the red line issue.
Yeah, just can you clarify what's going on here then?
Yeah, absolutely. So a zoning waiver was submitted with the minor variance application, and that identified 12 variances, and this was used to draft the public notice. And then after the public notice went out on June 30th, we noticed that 2 of our requested variances were erroneously omitted from the public notice, but we think that this was just a small mistake, and we don't blame anyone. It just what happened. And so we were able to get in touch with our application technician, and they were able to fix that and add those 2 variances that were not previously shown on the public notice, though were always included in our zoning waiver.
I just saw the red and I thought it was actually removing rather than putting in. So it's inserting, and so Anne's question about coverage. So are they just open, or is there a roof on it, or is there some? I think it's a legitimate concern to have that many garbage bins out in the open.
For sure, and we actually do have our architect here, who is a registered speaker.
Sure, come on up.
Okay.
We always enjoy hearing from Mr. Race.
I was enjoying watching. Craig Race, 100 Lombard Street. They would be fully enclosed with effectively a fence with a roof on top.
With a roof on top.
Yes.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think some sort of way to prevent animals and stuff to get in would be helpful.
Precisely.
Okay. Dino.
I promise. In your cover letter, you indicate that variance number 9 might not be required given the fact that you intend to utilize the payment in lieu of bicycle parking. Have you entered into that agreement yet?
No, we have not entered into that agreement yet, but we are of the opinion that the payment in lieu of bike parking applies to our site, and so we will be participating in that. You're welcome.
Okay, any further questions?
One last question. At some point during your commentary, you said that no parking is required. There is visitor parking required, correct? Was there any consideration to the provision of that being a possible solution to some of the concerns that we've heard?
Sorry, I must have misspoke when I meant to say that there was no resident parking required.
That's what I understood. I just wanted to...
Yeah, there is, as you mentioned, a requirement for visitor parking. Again, for the reasons that we spoke about, kind of similarly to parking, in that we live, or that this is cited in quite a highly walkable neighborhood. We're providing bicycle parking. There's local bike share stations and a bike lane directly along Davenport Road. We think it's appropriate to proceed without a visitor parking space.
Okay, and lastly, I mean, you're right across from George Brown, so I presume, some of the people who are going to live here are going to be students.
That is a goal.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. All right, anything further, guys? Thank you all very much. We'll take it in the committee.
Thank you.
All right, who wants to take this one on? Dino?
My arm's getting tired. Yeah, I can support this application as revised. Obviously, from a planning policy perspective, it's within a PMTSA on a major street, an avenue, where the city encourages increased density, gentle intensification. I think 3 stories is appropriate for this site. I know there's a bit of an issue with the neighbors respecting the difference in grade as you go from the corner down the street, but I think the applicant has addressed that appropriately. So I think from our mandate, in terms of our mandate, the variances individually and cumulatively do satisfy, in my opinion, the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act. So I would move a motion approving the application, granting the
Amended application.
Amended, yep.
Through the chair, actually, the application is not amended because a revised public hearing notice was sent out with those various red-lined revisions. It was sent in time, and it did meet the notification requirements.
So it's not amended, okay.
So technically not amended. The applicant did submit revised plans on July 20th, but that was with respect to the privacy screening and the raised planter, but not the variances.
Okay.
Never mind. So again, let me rephrase. So I'll move a motion approving the application, granting the, how many variances? The 12 variances, subject to condition 1 from urban forestry, and a second condition related to the elevations that came in are dated July 20th, 2026. So would the wording that the development be subject to be constructed substantially in accordance with?
Yep.
Yeah.
To the revised plans, July 20th, correct?
Not the site plan, just the elevation.
Just the
Elevation plans.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve with those conditions. I have a seconder, Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much. And with that, we are adjourned at 2:39 p.m.
Thank you, members. Thank you, staff. Everyone shut your videos. Staff, mute the room. Shut her down. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.